We may begin.
Thank you. Welcome to the Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting. Today is Thursday, October 17th, 2024, and the time is 2:08 p.m. We are in the Building and Safety Boardroom at 201 North Figueroa Street, 9th floor, Los Angeles, California. I am President Thyris Mason, and I will be chairing this meeting. The following commissioners are present: Commissioners Farmby, Lim, Melendez, and Nash. I'm going to go over some housekeeping items before we get started. This meeting is being recorded, therefore we ask that when addressing the commission, you speak close to the microphone and only one person at a time. Please state your name each time that you speak. Members of the public who wish to only listen to the commission meeting and not provide public comments may call council phone at 213-621-2489 or 818-904-9450. This meeting is also being live streamed. Individuals who wish to watch this meeting may do so by visiting cannabis.lacity.gov. We will be following the agenda order for the most part. Agendas are located on the table by the entrance door, along with speaker cards. Individuals who are physically here and wish to address this commission must also fill out a speaker card and specify which item or items you are going to speak on. Individuals can provide public comment or comments about a specific agenda item in person or virtually via the Zoom link provided on the agenda. If you are present at the meeting, please fill out a speaker card and turn it in to Irene or Josie. When I call your name, please come up to the podium and clearly state your name. If you are in the Zoom call, when the item you wish to speak on is called, press *9 to get on the speaking queue. The commission executive assistant will call out each speaker by the last 4 digits of their phone number to identify the caller. The caller will be prompted to unmute themselves by dialing *6. We will consider general public comment and single or multiple agenda items together. Therefore, speakers will have 1 minute for general public comment and 1 minute per item with a maximum of 2 minutes for multiple items. In total, an individual speaker shall be limited to 3 minutes of public comment per meeting. Representatives from neighborhood councils who have filed a resolution or community impact statement with the city clerk, which relates to any agenda item, will be given time to speak during the item itself. Please provide a copy of the filed statement or resolution to the commission executive assistant. Any neighborhood council representative speaking on behalf of their neighborhood council must provide a letter on their letterhead stating the neighborhood council's position on the matter. Absent any neighborhood council documentation, comments may still be provided during the public comment period. We ask that speakers state whether they are providing general public comment and/or which other item or items they are speaking on before they begin to comment so that staff can appropriately time them. If the speaker does not specify which items they are speaking on, 1 minute will be provided. PowerPoint presentations presented to the commission today, whether it is by the department or applicants, will be posted online and made available to the public via DCR's website within 2 business days. For those attending the in-person meeting, please be aware that after 6 p.m., if you leave the 9th floor and wish to return, you will need to check in with security on the 1st floor to re-enter and access the elevators to the 9th floor. Please turn off your cell phones or put them on vibrate so as not to disturb the proceedings. Please be respectful. Disruptions will not be tolerated. If you disrupt the proceedings, you will receive 2 warnings. If you continue the disruptive behavior, you will be asked to leave the meeting. We are on to item number 1 on the agenda, which is a report from the Executive Director. Assistant Executive Director Colleen, is there a report?
Yes, President Mason, there's a report from the department.
Thank you.
Jason Colleen, Assistant Executive Director, here on behalf of Executive Director Garakian. Today, we would like to provide an update to the commission. To date, the commission has considered over 250 annual license applications that have been noticed. Next week, of course, would be a special meeting to consider items that were continued from the month of September. To date, the commission has approved almost 200 annual license applications for the type 10 retail storefront activity. The commission is on track to make sure that all of our applicants that have a provisional license set to expire will either be heard before the end of the calendar year or in Q1 of 2025 before their existing state provisional licenses expire. So we really do appreciate all of the commission's hard work in making sure that the huge lift that was transitioning folks from provisional licensure to annual licensure is being met in a extremely timely manner. We are
I'm sorry. This is Emily Water, the Deputy City Attorney. I'm sorry, Mr. Clean. I just been informed that perhaps there may be an issue with the live stream. If you wouldn't mind pausing your presentation until we resolve that issue. Thank you. Okay, I'm sorry. We're getting clearance from our IT person here, Aaron, that everything seems to be okay. Thank you. I'm very sorry for the interruption.
Would you like me to start from the top or just continue?
That probably sounds wise if you could start from the top. Thank you.
Jason Clean, Assistant Executive Director, here on behalf of Executive Director Garakian, who is unavailable to attend today. I wanted to provide a brief update to the commission on the status of the annual licensing process for the Type 10 retail storefront activity. To date, over 250 Type 10 annual licensing records have been transmitted to the commission for its consideration. This includes the cases that will be heard at next week's special meeting. To date, over approximately 199 records have been approved by the commission for the retail storefront activity. We are on track to ensure that all of the businesses that have expiring state provisional licenses are either heard before the end of the calendar year or by the end of Q1 2025. We want to thank the commission for all of its hard work in making sure that these cases have been heard expeditiously and ensuring that our applicants have had the opportunity to convert over from provisional licenses to annual licenses with the state. The department is now starting to focus on the non-retail cases, which do not come before this body. Those have the ability to go directly to the director for her approval. And then, of course, once approved, we have the ability to file them with the county clerk and with the state OPR office to make sure that their environmental documents are filed. We have been meeting with the Department of Cannabis Control on a regular basis, similar to what we did for the commission. We have a phasing report for transitioning local provisional licenses to annual licenses to meet the upcoming state 2025 deadlines. The state is good with that. Their deputy director of licensing, my counterpart up there, he and I did a webinar with our Los Angeles County Bar Association earlier this week, where we did outline the annual licensing process, the two different tracks for the retail and the non-retail records. And we did lay out the fact that we are working in hand to make sure that folks meet that transition. And then we, of course, will continue working with them. On the compliance side, the mayor's office has reinitiated a cannabis enforcement task force. They had their first meeting last week. Director Garakian did attend on behalf of the department. So I anticipate that she'll provide an update to this body at a future CRC meeting when she's back. And then in terms of the social equity program, the state has announced from the Governor's Office of Business Inclusion, GoBiz, that they will be releasing the 2025 Cannabis Equity Grant application form. Dr. Brown and her team will be working with our admin team to make sure that we get our grant submitted. The big change between 2024 and 2025 is the state is now going to require local matching funds on a one-to-one basis for any grant award over $500,000. So if we are not able to secure general funding for our social equity program to match what the state would provide to us up to the $3.5 million, it may result in a reduction in social equity programming, which of course we would not like to see. We've been successful in getting the maximum grant award every single year. So Our proposed budget, which will go to the mayor's office at the end of next month, will include at least a general fund request of $3 million to ensure that we're eligible for the maximum amount of grant funds through the Cannabis Equity Grant. And then, of course, as we transmit our proposed budget and our grant award starts to make its way through the legislative process, we can provide updates to this body. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Assistant Director Colleen. Commissioners, any questions?
Commissioner Farnby, thank you, Jason, for the report. I do have a question regarding the new requirement regarding the matching funds for the social equity program. Are you aware of why that's the case this year versus in previous years?
So the allotment of funding provided to equity grants at the state level has slowly diminished over time. So the amount allotted in next year's budget is only 15 million for all jurisdictions within the state. So in order to recognize jurisdictions that have local monies coming in to supplement their program, similar to the way, the general fund has supplemented the social equity program for business licensing and compliance assistance in the past, they want to make sure that grant dollars are going to those jurisdictions that have their own skin in the game. And they felt that, the smaller jurisdictions, which were consistently getting the maximum grant award that they were allowed, to the extent that those jurisdictions were not also going to have matching funds, should get a smaller grant award than larger jurisdictions like Los Angeles, Oakland, San Francisco, et cetera. So that was kind of the state's way to try to encourage jurisdictions to at least match what the state was providing to make sure that we have a successful statewide social equity program.
Great. All right. Thank you. This is Commissioner Farnby. Thanks for that. Is it any way, Jason, that or I don't know if the director, she's not here, that as a part of your report that you all can include like the ongoing tally regarding the licenses that we've been granting, that we've been issuing? I think it's good. I want to just take a moment to commend the staff for the work that's been done, and also to kind of honor my fellow commissioners here. It's been a lot of work, not only getting to this point, but also going through this process and working with the business owners to get these annual licenses. And I think it would be at least for me, a sign of encouragement and accountability if we can kind of hear that every month, just to make sure that we're continuing to be on track.
Yes, sir. We can make sure that we can provide this commission with those updated numbers on a monthly basis.
Hi, this is President Mason. So, knowing that historically there have not been as many jurisdictions active, and so that has allowed Los Angeles to receive more in seed funding grant monies. Where does that stand now? How many jurisdictions are currently active? How's the landscape changed from this year to the last time we applied for a grant?
There are over 20 different jurisdictions with equity programs. Of course, the County of Los Angeles does not have a regulatory program for commercial cannabis yet, but they are going through the Board of Supervisors and the review process to establish one. And, they've indicated that they plan to establish an equity program as well. So kind of as time goes on, more cities and counties are launching equity programs. The Cannabis Equity Grant has two different groups. They have a group of funding, the type 1, where jurisdictions that don't have adopted equity programs can request funding to study and establish an equity program. And then they have group 2, which are for jurisdictions that have established equity programs. So now they've capped the maximum amount that can be issued to a jurisdiction without matching funds at $500,000. And then for jurisdictions that do provide matching funds, they could request up to $3.5 million. And the state is establishing a point-based system to determine what the grant awards would be for each jurisdiction. And of course, they can't determine what jurisdictions will get until they've received all of the applications.
Thank you for that. Lots of changes. Lots of changes. Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners?
This is Commissioner Lim. Can you tell me how the Cannabis Enforcement Task Force is different than the state level Cannabis Enforcement Task Force?
Yeah, so the Cannabis Enforcement Task Force established by the mayor's office is under the deputy mayor over public safety. And that is staffed with all local jurisdiction agencies. So the chief of police, the fire chief, the city attorney's office, DCR, and other city agencies that have a role to play in resolving unlicensed commercial cannabis activity are at the table. And they're able to talk about budgetary constraints, personnel constraints, how to put together a cohesive action plan to try to best leverage the city's multiple resources across departments for that combined mission of reducing unlicensed activity.
This is Commissioner Lim. Do they have jurisdiction over illegal cannabis retail stores?
Yes. So the deputy mayor that oversees the public safety groups, police, fire, et cetera, has the ability to work with the mayor to use the executive branch to direct those departments to engage in certain enforcement related activities. And this working group is intended to allow for the different voices within the city family to bring their ideas to the table to help best address it with our limited resources.
So this is Commissioner Lim, will we be sending over the referrals on these illegal retail stores over to the Cannabis Enforcement Task Force?
So we will continue to utilize the complaint portal to determine whether or not a business is under the purview of DCR, and if not, route those over to LAPD for follow-up. And then as part of the task force, when they report the unlicensed commercial cannabis activity, the complaint portal data, they can look at different spots to determine whether or not more enforcement action is needed, to address specific complaints and, how to best leverage the different resources.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions, commissioners? Okay, hearing none. Thank you, Assistant Director Colleen, for your report and
My pleasure.
your elaboration. Thank you. We are on to item number 2 on the commission, which is on the agenda, which is commission business. And you should have an advanced calendar in front of you with our future meeting dates. Please take a look and advise if there are any planned absences from any of the meetings.
Commissioner Melendez, I will not be available on November 7th.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Lim. I hope to make October 24th. I do have a court appearance. I'm going to try to get that continued because of the special meeting. I should know by Tuesday, and I will inform everyone.
Thank you, Commissioner Lim. Commissioners Farnby,
November 21st.
thank you. Vice President Nash,
I am available for all the scheduled meetings.
thank you so much. Moving on to the approval of minutes. We were sent the minutes of October 3rd for review. Do I have a motion to approve?
This is Commissioner Farmby. I make a motion to approve.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Farnby,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
I was not present at the commission meeting on October 3rd, 2024, but I did listen to the audio and I vote aye.
thank you. Vice President Nash,
I too was not present at the commission meeting on October 3rd, 2024, but I've listened to the audio recording and am prepared to vote on the minutes and vote aye.
thank you. President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Moving on to future agenda requests. Commissioners, are there any future agenda requests?
This is Commissioner Melendez. I'd like to find out if there's any, for the future, if there's anything that the commission is going to be doing around the Olympics in terms of any events, any kind of special projects, anything.
You want that to be your project? Are you saying that?
Well, my project is getting at a special events permit for the applicants. But besides that, it's, I just wanted to know if there's anything that we're going to be doing. I mean, are you guys designing like cannabis cycling shirts or anything like that? I mean, it's just something interesting.
Interesting. That's a good one. Thank you. We'll have to talk about that with staff. This is President Mason. I do have a request. I would like to see or hear updates at least once a month from department staff on the task force. And then two, I think it's a good idea if one of the commissioners is available. What is the feasibility of having a commissioner present at those meetings?
Jason Clean, Assistant Executive Director. I'll follow up directly with Michelle in the mayor's office to determine if a member of this commission could attend those meetings.
Perhaps quarterly. I mean, I'm not going to say every month, but every meeting. But thank
I'll
you.
follow up. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Alrighty, then we are on to item 2 on the agenda, which is Neighborhood Council presentation. This is a reminder that any representatives from neighborhood councils who have filed a resolution or a community impact statement with the city clerk which relates to any agenda item will be given time to speak during the item itself. Please provide a copy of the filed statement or resolution to the commission executive assistant. Any neighborhood council representative speaking on behalf of their neighborhood council must provide a letter on their letterhead stating the neighborhood council's position on the matter. Absent any neighborhood council documentation, comments may still be provided during the public comment period. We are on to item 4 and will now open general public comment and single or multiple agenda items. Speakers can address the commission on non-agenda related items that are within the jurisdiction of the commission or provide public comment for items in today's agenda. If you are listening on the live stream and have called to provide public comment via Zoom, please mute the live stream audio before you begin speaking to eliminate feedback. We will alternate between calling up individuals here at the meeting and those on the call. Please bear with us. Mr. Vizel, are there any speaker cards or callers?
There's no speaker cards. And I will make an announcement. If anyone in the virtual meeting would like to provide public comment, please dial *9. Caller with phone number ending in 2299, please state your name and which items you are providing public comment on.
Yeah, hi. My name is Tim Dodd. I'm actually going to be presenting later this afternoon on item 19 relating to the Valley Herbal Healing Center. But I wanted to make a general public comment before I came down to the meeting, if that's okay with you.
Sure, you have 1 minute.
Thank you. My concern is enforcement. So I heard the comments earlier. We have a massive saturation problem of unlicensed dispensaries in the city by LA and LA County. We have about 400 licensed dispensaries. There are, I believe, anywhere from 1,500 to 2,000 unlicensed dispensaries. The last time we looked at the complaint portal and public comment was provided on this by the outgoing controller, there were 8,000 complaints made, many of which was by licensed operators. And the city had not, at that point, I think it had not addressed a backlog of over 7,000. I assume that has now changed, but I would just ask the commission to point to the city of Pasadena and the city of Culver City. Pasadena, 38 dispensaries for a city of 140,000 people that were unlicensed that are now being closed by joint action across the attorney, public health, the Pasadena Department of Public Health, code enforcement, and PD. The same in the city of Culver City. These cities are surrounded on all sides by the city of Los Angeles and have no unlicensed dispensaries. I would encourage you to look at that joint task force that was done. This has been going on now for 6 years. as a licensed operator of multiple stores across Southern California, I think it is insufferable at this point for us to continue with the program if we cannot have some form of protection, because these stores sell unlicensed product, untested product without any tax. So they're 40% better off than any licensed provider of licensed and legal cannabis into the city of LA. And as a father and an operator, I think that is just a tragedy for us. So thank you for your time, and I will see you later this afternoon.
Thank you.
This is President Mason. Mr. Vizel, any other callers in the queue?
Yes, caller with phone number ending in 4003. Please state your name and which items you are speaking on.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes, I'd like to comment on all agenda items in general public.
You have 3 minutes. Please state your name.
Thank you. My name is Eric Garud. I'm a social equity business operator in the city of Los Angeles. For a couple of years already, I've been paying all the fees and all the license fees and everything that comes with the licenses that I operate. And I'm totally confused about these new fees that I just got hit with out the blue. I think it's like 8,000 each or 7,800 each license. And, you know, unfortunately, I'm totally confused about that. Like, I don't understand. Like, you know, I've been paying these fees already for a couple of years. Like, these fees just came out the blue. And as a social equity applicant, you know, after having my investors walk out on me due to the lack of, money that the business is making, I'm just not able to pay these fees. Like, what are the steps that I need to take? You know, like, how am I supposed to stay in business? That was pretty much what I want to, you know.
Thank you. If anyone in the virtual meeting would like to provide public comment, please dial *9. President Mason, there are no raised hands.
Okay, then thank you so much. At this time, we will close public comment on the general public comment agenda item and single or multiple agenda items. Thank you for your comments. We are moving on to DCR Core Record number. Item 5 on the agenda, DCR Core Record number 320014. The applicant is 982 Western LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 8459 South Broadway. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card nor raised hand.
Okay, thank you. Then at this time, we'll hear from department staff.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jason Kleen, Assistant Executive Director. For agenda item number 5, DCR Core Record number 320014. At this time, the department has suspended the processing of this record due to the fact that the applicant indicated that they had lost site control. So we're either waiting for the applicant to provide us with an updated lease or proof of site control, or to submit a business premises surrender form. Under Municipal Code Section 10406B3, the department has the ability to suspend the processing of an application if it's determined that we have insufficient missing information or the applicant has failed to provide additional information as requested by the department. This item was originally continued on July 17th of 2024 when the applicant originally indicated their intent to submit our Form 4019, which is the business premises site surrender form. That has not been surrendered to date. Based on email correspondence, it looks like the applicant has already submitted the request to relocate their non-retail activities. So their analyst has reached out to them to inform them that they also have to submit a request to modify their retail storefront application if they don't want to move forward at this location. At this time, we are requesting a continuation of this item to January 16th of 2025. That will give us the opportunity to resolve these issues with the applicant. And either the record will be timely renewed and the applicant does want to move forward at this location, or the applicant will allow their license to expire so they can refile at a new location once they've identified one. This applicant does not have a valid active provisional state license. They allowed their state license to expire in May of this year. So this applicant is not at risk of losing the ability to operate because they don't possess both licenses necessary to operate at this time. And that concludes the department's report.
Thank you, Assistant Director Colleen. Assistant President Mason. Commissioners, are there any questions for the department? Okay, thank you so much. Is the applicant's representative here by any chance? Is there anyone on the queue?
I was provided with the phone number and that number appears on the queue, but they don't have a raised hand. Do you want me to call on them, please? Actually, that is not the correct one. Give me 1 second. No, I'm sorry. That is not the correct item. There is
Okay,
no
then-
phone number.
Okay, then we'll close out that portion. Commissioners, we are now open for deliberation, if any.
No.
Hearing none, is there a motion to continue to January 16th?
This is Vice President Nash. For item number 5, DCR Core Record number 320014, for the business premises located at 8459 South Broadway. I move to continue the matter to the regularly scheduled Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting on January 16, 2025.
This Commissioner Farm, yes, second.
Thank you, gentlemen. Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Farnby.
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. Item 6 is DCR Core Record number 310006, continued from July 17th, September 19th, and October 3rd. The applicant is Poetry Incorporated, and the request is to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 2903 Southwestern. And I do need to recuse myself on this item. So Vice President Nash will take over the proceedings, and I will return.
Josie, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card. There is a raised hand, but I believe that's the applicant because I have the phone number.
Okay.
So no, there is no.
In light of that, then we will at this time hear from the department staff.
Good afternoon. My name is Corey Blake, a licensing supervisor with the Department of Cannabis Regulations, and I will present item number 6. DCR Core Record Number 310006 is associated with Poetry Inc. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 2903 Southwestern Avenue in the South Los Angeles Community Plan Area in Council District 10. The applicant has not yet been issued temporary approval by DCR. The applicant has adhered to all the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code, or LAMC, and DCR's rules and regulations, and is in the process of completing all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10-0001275-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through May 2nd, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the social equity program to comply with the equity share requirements. Social equity individual applicants, or SEIAs, must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote into the profits, and include code mandated language. Since the applicant's originally scheduled hearing on July 17th of this year, DCR has completed its review of the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. Please note that this applicant was continued to today's hearing at the previous commission meeting held on the 3rd of October due to a loss of quorum. On or about September 4th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. A virtual community meeting was held on September 26, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. 2 oral testimonies were provided against the applicant regarding concerns of the business's proximity to a local school. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed subject is consistent with the criteria for Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license or the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. The applicant did inform DCR that a representative would speak on behalf of this application today, and that concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Do any of the commissioners have any questions?
This is Commissioner Melendez. I do. I see that one of the complaints was that the applicant address was close to a school or sensitive use. Is the fact that you recommending them means that you guys have done your due diligence and find that it is in fact further than 700 feet away from any sensitive use? Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the commissioners? This is Vice President Nash. What school is this applicant closest to?
Bear with me for just a minute. There is a Catholic private school that would be the closest, and it's well over 1,000 feet away, located off of Jefferson Boulevard. And, you know, the applicant is 3 blocks east and 3 blocks north of that location. And they're located, of course, as at 2903 Southwestern. So there are no schools within a 700-foot radius of this location, and there are no other sensitive uses within that buffer zone either.
This is Vice President Nash. Thank you. No more questions? Will the applicant's representative please approach the podium?
Vice President Nash, the applicant, I believe, is on the virtual meeting, so I will call on them. Caller with phone number ending in 4117, please state your name and how you represent the applicant. You have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Hello. Good afternoon, members of the commission. Hello?
Yes, please state your name and how you represent the applicant.
Yes, my name is Linda Lee, and I'm co-owners with my father-in-law, who is a social equity applicant for Poetry Inc.
Hey, you have 10 minutes
I
to address the
apologize.
commission.
Thank you. I apologize for not being present in person, but I'm very glad to be able to join you all today via teleconference. I want to start off by thanking each member of the commission and the DCR staff for assisting us in the application process for a Type 10 storefront retailer license. Both my father-in-law and I have been residents in the district of our business premises location, CD10, for over 10 years. So we have a personal vested interest in beautifying our neighborhood and keeping it safe. Our priorities are to provide a safe, clean, charming store that provides well-curated, safe products with personalized service by knowledgeable staff. In terms of safety, we've installed state-of-the-art cameras, alarm system, and access control panel rooms. We've even reached out to the lead officer in our community, Officer Tyler Whiteman, who graciously took a walkthrough of our premises to advise us on maximizing security measures. We intend to have security guards at all times on our site during business operations, during operating hours. Our goal is to hire locally and to add to the community in ways that we can contribute to its economic growth, development, and welfare. We have taken a long time to build out our store to provide a beautiful, clean, and safe space for our customers. We've made sure that we've complied with all state, city, and local laws, including ADA requirements to ensure that all customers have a great shopping experience at our store. We do have a parking lot with 5 spaces as well. This will be a mom and pop store, or rather a pop and daughter one, but I plan to be involved in every step of the operating our business to ensure that we achieve our goals. And I will also be the community liaison to address any concerns or questions regarding our business. I thank you for your time and letting me share a little bit about our business. Thank you. And I do want to address that concern about the daycare that somebody brought to your attention about being within the sensitive use zone. I am familiar with that facility, and just so that you're aware, that facility does not meet the definition or requirements of a daycare or school under the cannabis ordinance. I believe it's a private home that has services of watching over people, but it's not considered a daycare within the definition of the cannabis ordinance. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the commissioners? Seeing none, we'll move on to deliberations.
This
Doesn't
is,
appear to be any.
I'm sorry, this is Emily Water, Deputy City Attorney. I just wanted to note for the record, in case it wasn't clear, that Commissioner President Mason actually left the room after she announced her recusal from this matter. So she's not in the room at all for any part of these deliberations or any of the presentations. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
Commissioner Farnby, item number 6, DCR Core Record number 310006. Applicant is Poetry Incorporated. The premises is located at 2903 Southwestern Avenue. I make a motion to accept the staff's recommendation as stated in the report.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Would you call the roll, please?
Sure. Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Vice President Nash.
Aye.
The motion passes.
And someone call President Mason back in? Let the record reflect that it's 2:54 and President Mason is rejoining the meeting.
Thank you, Commissioner Nash. We will move on, Vice President Nash, I apologize. We are now on to item number 7, which is DCR Core Record number 310197. The applicant is Baltoro Investment Group LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 10670 North Balboa Boulevard, Unit B. Mr. Rizzo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card nor a raise hand in
Thank
the
you.
virtual meeting.
Thank you. And at this time, we'll hear from department staff.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Corey Blake, a licensing supervisor, and I represent item number 7 for the Department of Cannabis Regulations. DCR Core Record number 310197 is associated with Baltoro Investment Group LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 10670 Unit B, Balboa Boulevard in the Granada Hills, Knollwood Community Plan Area within Council District 12. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of September 5, 2023. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 104.06. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10-0001354-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 26, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. To comply with the equity share requirements, SEIAs must possess unrestricted ownership of the share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include coded mandated language as part of the application process. DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about September 4th, 2024, DCR provided notice to the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on September 26, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. One oral comment in favor of the application was provided by the business owner, expressing their pride to serve the community and their compliance with all rules and regulations. A compliance inspection was recently conducted, and a representative from the Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location at the end of the licensing presentation. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it's appropriate to determine that this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license or the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. The applicant did did inform DCR that a representative would speak on behalf of this application today. This concludes licensing's presentation for this item. Compliance and enforcement will now provide their review.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Hector Ali Khan, Compliance and Enforcement Division Supervisor. Yes, on September 5th, there was a compliance inspection at this property. Our compliance inspection team identified 7 deficiencies, and an NTC was issued on October 1st, 2024. The compliance date is November 1st, 2024, so they still have some time to meet compliance. However, at this time, they have reached out to our analysts and provided some corrective action. The first item that they identified as a deficiency was a display of license. The designated neighborhood liaison contact information on site wasn't visible. So since then, they have provided confirmation via email to our analysts, and they signed that one off. The next issue is an identification of employees. It was just simply the employee badge, missing the employee identification number. They need to provide confirmation of that to our analyst. They have till November 1st. The next thing is no physical changes without approval. There were some business premises diagram deficiencies that didn't match the business premises diagram. Real minor. They just need to reach out to our licensing team, which they have, and they submitted a mod, but there's a process of review that needs to be completed. So they still need to go through that process. The next was the no loitering sign, which they have confirmed, and that corrective action has been signed off. And the next item, number 5, is the record retention. They did provide a file to our analysts. However, the details in the file were not visible. So they need to provide that file once again so our analysts can confirm corrective action. And that record retention was just in regards to personnel records, just identifying the person they hire, their employee number, and some personnel records and training information. The 6th item was same thing, record retention regarding training, and that was submitted and confirmed as corrected. The 7th item there is product inventory and sales. They provided some confirming documentation from Metric, and our analysts confirmed that that metric count matched what they observed at this time of the inspection. Do you guys have any questions for me?
This is Vice President Nash. Then of the 7 deficiencies that were noted during the inspection, how many are still outstanding and being worked on?
3 of the 7.
Do you have a high degree of confidence that they will follow through and take care of those issues?
From my experience, yes, the mod is just simply needs to be processed and completed. It's just time. Any type of mod in the system does take time. There's fees and documents that need to be reviewed. So that takes time, possibly maybe about 30 days, but I have no doubt that as long as they follow through, submit the documents, make the payment of the mod fee, it'll be completed. And the other thing is employee badges, simple. They just need to take a photo of it, send it to us. And then the other one was just a simple, the file was, we couldn't get a hold of the file. So I'm pretty sure they already have it. They just need to resubmit. So pretty confident that those items will be corrected.
That's Vice President Nash. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Lim. In regards to number 5, violation number 5, the personal records were produced, but they were deficient in that they did not have certain information in the personal file. Is that correct?
Yeah, during the time of the inspection, the personnel records were produced. They were not produced. So anytime, any type of,
I'm sorry, they were produced, they were not produced.
they were not produced. They were not available at the site.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, they
So-
may have had them, but they just were not available for.
So should number 5 be changed to personnel records were not produced when requested?
Yeah, the language in the notice to correct. So this is a summary of the notice to correct. The language in the notice to correct directly reflects that during the time of the inspection, the personnel records were not produced.
Were not produced.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Farmy, the NTC was what, 10/4/24?
October 1st, 2024.
October 1st. All right, and what's the date that they have?
I believe they have 30 days, so it's roughly going to be November
November
1st.
Okay, thank you.
And as you can see, during the time of the inspection, our analysts sit and debrief with the licensee and their representatives and whoever has any questions. During that time, they go over all these deficiencies. So even if they don't get that notice to correct on that date, they've been advised and informed of the deficiency. So such as this one, they took the privilege to go ahead and start providing our analysts with some corrective action.
Thank you.
Any additional questions, commissioners? Alrighty, thank you,
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Blake, Mr. Alarcon. And we do have someone here on behalf of the applicant. Since I can't pronounce the last name correctly, you may approach the podium, state your name for the record, your relationship to the applicant, and you will have 10 minutes.
Thank you, President. My name is Gustavo Joseph Valdivia. I'm the general manager at Balboa Bud, the business representative and part owner of Baltoro Investment Group, LLC. I am the general manager and I administer the day-to-day operations and finances, being raised in the San Fernando Valley, attending Granada Hills Charter High School, receiving a bachelor's degree in economics from Cal State Northridge. I take pride in the local community and serving the residents. Our prime objective is to provide high quality products at reasonably low prices, an incomparable exception. With our experienced and trained staff, we also try to provide the best customer service to our patients. As a small family-owned business, we work meticulously with our vendors to ensure and secure the lowest possible prices we can, so that we can also provide that same savings to our patients. We take pride in our ability to operate 7 days a week. We offer a wide range of options and remain in compliance with city and state guidelines and regulations, all while serving the Valley and upholding our values of integrity and excellence. Next slide, please. We enjoy being open daily from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., and our staff members have grown to be a part of the community that we serve. Learning individual names and becoming familiar with their daily life stories and specific product preferences. Because of our floor plan, it creates a warm, welcoming environment as we have an open layout, providing that sense of transparency. We still adhere to accountability. And at Balboa Bud, we are committed to ensuring the best customer service and the highest quality products to all. Next slide, please. Working with some of the top brands in the industry, we ensure that our staff is properly trained and well-informed on every product that hits our shelves. Our patients are equally versed on the products, therefore becoming knowledgeable about the options available to them. In addition to the in-house advertising, we also ensure that our online listings, such as Weed Maps, have certain brand verifications so patients can do more research and know that their product they're getting is legit, lab tested, and they can trace it to the source. Last slide. Open for nearly a year now, Balboa Bud has quickly grown popular among residents, bringing in some patients from across Los Angeles and California. Along with providing excellent customer service, we do our best to provide our patients with the lowest prices, despite the ever so increasing taxes, the high values throughout the market. We thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your presentation and for the slideshow and for being here. Commissioners, are there any questions for the applicant?
Yes, this is Commissioner Melendez. Is that Purple Haze smoke shop still next door to you guys?
Yes, the Purple Haze is still next door to us, a few doors down.
And parking, this is Commissioner Melendez, and parking is shared in that little complex?
Yes, parking is shared in between all of the business entities. And also to comment on the notice to correct, we have, as of today, paid those fees. We are working by the end of this week to provide proof of the personnel records, the training records. So by this week, we should be able to reach out to our analyst, Michelle, and have everything completed before the deadline of November 1st.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners? All right, thank you again. Mrs. President Mason, we will move on to deliberations. I'll start. You were starting. Go ahead.
This is Vice President Nash. I like the fact that they've already taken care of most of the deficiencies and we've gotten the applicants reassurance that they will take care of the rest in short order. So I'm inclined to vote in favor.
Thank you. Any other comments, commissioners? Mrs. President Mason, Vice President Nash said what I was going to say. So hearing no other comments, is there a motion?
This is Commissioner Lim. In regards to DCR Core Record Number 310197 for the business located at 10670 North Balboa Boulevard, Unit B, I make a motion to adopt the staff report with a modification in regards to the violation number 5. It should reflect personal records were not produced when requested.
Commissioner Farnaby, a second.
Thank you. Mr. Rizzo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Commissioner Farnby.
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. We're on to item 8, DCR Core Record Number 101813. The applicant is St. Andrews Green, a cooperative corporation, to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 7031 West Foothill Boulevard. Mr. Visa, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card nor a raised hand.
Okay, thank you. Then at this time, we'll hear from department staff.
Good afternoon. My name is Corey Blake, a licensing supervisor, and I will present item number 8 for the Department of Cannabis Regulations. DCR Core Record Number 101813 is associated with St. Andrews Green, a cooperative corporation. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 7031 West Foothill Boulevard in the Sunland, Tuhunga, Lakeview Terrace, Shadow Hills, East Latunia Canyon Community Plan Area within Council District 7. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 3, 2018. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10-00000340-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 27th, 2025. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. On or about September 4th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on September 26, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. All comments provided by the public were supportive. Most commended the business for its cleanliness, friendly and knowledgeable staff, prices, and overall quality of their products and services. A compliance inspection was recently conducted, and a representative from the Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and will be available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location at the end of the licensing presentation. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. The applicant did inform DCR that a representative would speak on behalf of this application today. That concludes licensing presentation for this item. Compliance and Enforcement will now provide their review.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Hector Ali Khan, Compliance Enforcement Division Supervisor. And this report is on 7031 West Foothill Boulevard. A compliance inspection was conducted on September 23rd, 2024. During that compliance inspection, there were 6 deficiencies that were observed. The notice to correct was issued just recently, October 15th, 2 days ago. And they have 30 days to comply, which falls on November 18th because of the holiday weekend. Well, I'm sorry, the weekend. The 6 items are: 1, the code of conduct, which is they didn't have the patron code of conduct or the employee code of conduct posted in a conspicuous place on the interior. The second item is security plan, which is an identification and sign in, sign out procedure for authorized personnel, individuals, suppliers, and visitors. The third item was the same thing in regards to security plan. There is no policy in place to maintain visibility and security monitoring on the premises. Fourth item is record retention, the employee training records. Fifth item is product inventory and sales. There was a discrepancy in the metric count. Number 6 is the delivery request receipt. This retail conducts delivery activity at this licensed facility, and they did not provide us a delivery request receipt, which includes all the required information. Given that the NTC was issued 2 days ago, DCR did reach out to the owner, Arnold Abramian. He did make contact with us, or we made contact with him to get his statements in regards to any corrective action. He did state that he met with our compliance analyst, Fred, and was debriefed over all the deficiencies that were identified. And since then, what he stated is he has taken corrective action and will provide corrective action to Fred via virtual meeting. During each item, the code of conduct, he stated he has completed and posted that, but we need to confirm. The second item, security plan, he stated that he has updated his security plans. However, we do need to confirm that. The record retention, employee trainings, he stated as well that he has updated his training records to include all that information. However, we do need to confirm that. And the product inventory sales, he stated that he will provide a corrected metric report to Fred, our management analyst. However, we do need to confirm that as well. And then the delivery request, he stated his words that he met with or reached out to his POS system to revise and reconcile and recalibrate the entire system to provide all the information that's required. These are his statements. However, given that the NTC was issued 2 days ago, he has not been able to provide that corrective action.
Thank you, Mr. Alicon. Commissioners, any questions for staff or compliance?
Yeah, this is Commissioner Melendez. Is this the first time you've gone out to this location to do a compliance inspection?
This is the first time a compliance inspection has taken place. September 23rd.
I believe they're licensed in 2018, so 6 years?
Correct.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Lim, in regards to violation number 2, do they have a identification and sign in, sign out procedure for visitors and customers, or
Yes, to
that
answer that,
seems to be a drastic violation if they didn't have such a system?
yeah, to answer that question, they did actually have a physical sign in and sign out sheet. However, there needs to be in the standard operating procedures manuals and the security plan, these procedures and processes need to be written.
So it was the procedure that was not procedure that was not implemented, but they did have a sign in, sign out.
Yes, they did have the physical sign in and sign out.
And was there an explanation as to why there was in regards to violation number 5, the product inventory and sale, why the matrix count didn't match the actual inventory? It seems like it was more than 1 product or 2 product, but several products.
Yeah, their explanation kind of falls in line what we normally see out there is if there's a sale during the day and they rectify their sales at the end of the day with metric. So obviously let's say in in their inventory room, it might say 59, but in metric, it still says 60 because they haven't told metric, actually, we made this sale. So
Doesn't the cash register isn't a real-time matrix? So if you do a sale under the cash, under the register, it should automatically, through the POS system, change the matrix count.
from what I understand with metric and these licensed facilities or these operators, is at the end of the day, they actually have someone designated that works with metric, and they go into the system and update.
So it's not a real time.
It's not real time.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lim. Any other questions, commissioners? Okay, then. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Alarcon. We do have someone here on behalf of the applicant. Please state your name for the record, your relationship to the applicant, and you will have 10 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon, Commissioners, DCR, and City of LA employees. My name is Arnie Abramian. I am the owner and Chief Executive Officer of St. Andrews Green, DBA Weedway. I actually want to start off by saying back in 2017-18, our then Council President, Herb Weston, said that we're building a plane in midair. And that plane hasn't landed. And I do believe our Assistant Executive Director, Kellen, is the one that's piloting it. He's actually kept us afloat. And to the question of Mr. Melendez, it took us 5-6 years to get an analyst in our shop in order to help us get our books in order, get our papers in place, and teach our managers and inform us what we're doing right, what we're doing wrong, what the city wants to see, what the state has in place, what kind of aligns with the city and state, what city has more required for us. So I want to definitely thank DCR and the commission for hiring more staff. I know that's a challenge in the private sector and the city sector to have the right people in place to assist us. So Fred was very helpful, our analyst. He was a blessing to our managers. They loved him. They said, can we have him back every month? And I said, it doesn't work that way. So for me, I have a statement I want to read. My name is Arnie Abramian, and I am the owner and Chief Executive Officer of St. Andrews Green, DBA Weedway, a storefront retail focused on compliance, public safety, community engagement. I'm also the president of the Sunland Tonga Chamber of Commerce and the LA Valley Chamber of Commerce. At Weedway, we understand the importance of ensuring that our business practices are transparent, accountable, and in full compliance with all applicable regulations. We recognize that adherence to these regulations is not only a legal obligation, but also a fundamental aspect of our operating responsibility within the community. To ensure compliance, we have implemented comprehensive policies and procedures that govern our operations. From inventory management to sales practices, every new hire undergoes training on compliance, product intake, customer service, security, product quality control. Our team undergoes regular training throughout the year to stay up to date with regulatory changes and reinforce the importance of compliance. Educating our staff and investing in our team is an important part of our ethos. As my mentor, when I asked him, he said, I asked him, what if we invest in our employees and they leave? And he said, what if you don't invest and they stay? That's a very valuable point for us. And since then, we've definitely invested in our employees. Ensuring safety for our customers, employees, and surrounding community is our top priority. We have implemented rigorous security measures, including video surveillance systems that monitor the interior and exterior of our business premises 24/7, alarm system, secure storage solutions, and restricted access areas to ensure only authorized personnel can enter limited access areas. Our on-site security guard monitors the premises and immediately surrounding areas during business hours to prevent unauthorized access and ensure safety protocols. Due to the number of smash and grabs that have occurred in our community over the last 2 years, we also employ a nighttime security guard that patrols between our stores. Additionally, we have hired a company that monitors our surveillance footage at night, notifies us of any suspicious activity. We work closely with our local law enforcement to make our community more secure for all our neighbors. As president of the Sunland Tonga Chamber of Commerce, I've helped establish a business watch with LAPD to patrol our area more frequently because they don't have to drive to the station in order to write their reports. We also provide LAPD with space to work from at our chamber office. This helps have a large LAPD presence on Foothill Boulevard, resulting in faster response time. As a member of the community, we believe it's essential for us to support our neighbors. Weedway is a member of LA Valley Chamber of Commerce and regularly participates in business mixers and other networking events. We assist the Rotary Club of 4th of July Parade annually and try to coordinate catering for our local mom and pop businesses as often as possible. Furthermore, we recognize the importance of giving back to the community that has welcomed us. Weedway has made various charitable contributions to our local churches, nonprofits, which help unhoused and struggling families, Mountain View Elementary School PTA, and our neighborhood schools. I respectfully request the Commission's approval of Weedway's application for an annual license so that we can continue fulfilling our commitment, compliance, and engagement and responsible business practices. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you so much, Mr. Abramian, for being here and for your presentation. Commissioners, are there any questions for the applicant?
Well, this is Commissioner Lim. First, I want to thank you that in your community meeting, you attend positive and no negative. That's very impressive that everyone is supporting you, the community is supporting you, and that 10 positive and 0 negative.
Thank you, sir.
The reason I asked the question about the compliance issue was that in 2019, there was a complaint to the portal that you were selling to minors. And then when I see a violation saying that you didn't have the procedure for sign in and sign out and identification of the visitors, that concerned me as to what your protocol was in regards to identification and not selling to minors and making sure you have the proper customers that's there at the store. So can you tell us about your procedures in regards to sign in, sign out, and identification of your customers?
Yes, sir. So my understanding based on the analyst's report was regarding our vendor and other employee access areas, sign in and sign out. He asked us to add signature line and time in, time out to our log. As far as our customers, we scan IDs. You must have a California driver's license or a valid identification. A Mexico driver's license doesn't qualify. A valid passport might if you're a resident. Now, we scan your ID. It goes into our system. We verify that the person in the picture is the person standing in front of us. With that, when you scan the ID, it fills the data into our Meadow POS system, which automatically alerts us, is this person of age 21? If they're not, there's a red basically line that comes up. It says, do they have a medical recommendation card? If they do, we input that data. It's green. We can save that information. If they don't, we cannot assist them. If you are not in our system, when our security guard scans your ID and verifies visually who you are, you will not be let into our showroom. So we did not, I don't think under any investigation that was done by DCR, we did not serve minors, to my knowledge.
No, that was in the complaint protocol in March of 2019.
Yeah, that was years ago. Back then when it was new, everybody was complaining on everybody. It was rough times.
This is Commissioner Lim. In regards to lots of complaint, that was the only complaint that was registered against your retail store. So again, I commend you for your clean operation.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you.
Commissioner Farmby, how's your parking situation at your business?
We do have parking in the back parking lot. We have our handicap parking. We do have 2-hour parking on Foothill Boulevard. The challenge we do have on Foothill overall, I believe, is the automotive businesses pull out their cars, park on the boulevard, and we're shut down from like 7, 8 a.m. until 5 when they go home. So it's very challenging. And since this was our pre-ICO location, we got grandfathered in and we kind of got stuck within that territory at the time of licensing. I would have wanted to get a bigger location at the time, but timing was a challenge and, we made the best with what we had.
Yeah, that's why I asked. I'm familiar with the businesses next to it and I wasn't familiar with the spaces you have in the back. I thought maybe you just had the street.
No, we have the back, we have 5 back parking spaces with a handicap. I actually own a bakery cafe about 4 buildings over, Arnie's Bakery Cafe, and we have a 1-acre lot there. So some customers prefer to park there and walk down. but we do our best to accommodate.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, this is President Mason. So there was about a 2-week window period between the time the inspectors came out and your notice to correct was issued. Hopefully you got ahead of that, but just curious to know how long do you think it will take you to be compliant with the 6 deficiencies?
By next week, we should have a virtual meeting with Fred. We hadn't posted the code of conduct, so we got that posted. We have to send it to him to verify. It was just, I think, Tuesday afternoon when he sent us the corrections. And based on the notes that our managers took, our security plan information has been implemented. We are reconciling our POS system, Meadow and Metric, and our hard count. So we've already started our hard count with our Meadow. And then we'd had a meeting with Meadow, the POS, between their reporting. I think they try to report every night and it doesn't go all through sometimes. And so they say the next day they hope that it goes through and the state is intaking all this stuff. So I think it's somewhat of a metric challenge, communication error, but we're definitely on top of it and we should have it done within next week.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions? Okay, thank you again for being here.
Thank you. Have a blessed one.
Thank you. We're moving on to deliberations, if any. Okay, then, do we have a motion?
This is Commissioner Lim. In regards to DCR Core Record Number 101813 for the business located at 7031 West Foothill Boulevard, I make a motion that we adopt the staff report.
Commissioner Farnby, second.
Thank you, gentlemen. Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Commissioner Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Commissioner Farnby.
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Item number 9 is DCR Core Record Number 101789. Applicant is Patients and Caregivers Los Angeles Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 4854 North Lankershim Boulevard. Ms. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card nor a raised hand.
Thank you. Then at this time, we will hear from staff.
Good afternoon. My name is Corey Blake, licensing supervisor, and I represent item number 9 for the Department of Cannabis Regulations. DCR Core Record Number 101789, associated with Patients and Caregivers Los Angeles Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 4854 North Lankershim Boulevard in the North Hollywood Valley Village Community Plan Area within Council District 2. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 4th, 2018. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC 104.06. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10-00000334-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 27th, 2025. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. On or about September 4th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on September 26, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written testimony for this applicant. A compliance inspection was recently conducted, and a representative from the Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location at the end of this licensing presentation. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. The applicant did inform DCR that a representative would speak on behalf of this application today. That concludes licensing's presentation for this item. Compliance and enforcement will now provide their review.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Hector Ali Khan, Compliance and Enforcement Division Supervisor, and this report is for 4854 North Lancashire Boulevard. There was a compliance inspection conducted on September 23rd, 2024 by our compliance team. The notice to correct was issued 2 days ago, October 15, 2024. As a result, I did reach out to the license representative or manager at the premises, Jennifer Garcia, who we went over the notice to correct and the deficiencies that were observed. She once again identified that during the compliance inspection, there was a debrief with our compliance analyst, and this assisted with her with going through the deficiencies and getting with their team to resolve the items. So today I did receive an email from her to correct the following items. The first item that was observed was identification of employees, which is an employee badge. She did provide an email today of a photo of the employee badge meeting that requirement. The second regulation is security measures, which is the surveillance recordings. At the time, our compliance team could not confirm whether or not they had the ability to store 90 days. She did send a video. However, I was in the audience and I didn't want to play the video, so I can't confirm if it can go back to 90 days. So that one just needs some further review. The third item is security plans. There was no procedure for identification or a login, sign in and sign out sheet. However, she did provide proof and confirmation of a sign in and sign out sheet with the date and numerous names available on that sheet. So that requirement or that deficiency has been corrected. The fourth item is access to limited access areas. Well, that's the sign in, sign out sheet. I'm sorry. Let me move on to the next one is record retention, employee personnel records. At the time, she was not able to provide the employee retention records. However, she did provide a sample of a booklet with all their information, their employee numbers, their personal information, their ID, and the information that's required for a personnel record of their employee. So those 5 items have been addressed, all but one, which is the video surveillance, which I need to do further review and just take a look at the full information to see if it goes back to 90 days. But based on her statement, they do have that capability.
Thank you, Mr. Alican. This is President Mason. Are there any questions? All right.
All right,
Thank you
thank-
so much.
Thank you. Have a good day.
We do have a representative here on behalf of the applicant. You may approach the podium at this time. State your name for the record, your relationship to the applicant. And when you see the screen light right here,
Good
and
afternoon,
begin
guys.
speaking, you'll have 10 minutes.
My name is Edgar Kadelarian. And I'm the CEO and co-founder of Patients and Caregivers Los Angeles. At PACLA, we in the committee maintain the highest standard of compliance, safety, and service in the cannabis industry. We recognize the importance of operating responsibly in the regulated market and establish thorough protocols to ensure full compliance with all the local and state laws. This includes detailed standard operating procedures for quality control, inventory management, security, and employee training. In addition, in addition to our dedicated compliance team, we consult with external legal and industry experts to keep our procedures current in an evolving regulatory environment. Our focus is also on creating a safe, welcoming space for both customers and employees. Through education and transparency, we empower our staff to provide clear and responsible guidance on products use. Additionally, our store is equipped with robust security measures to prevent unauthorized access to theft and ensuring the secure environment for everyone. We recently had a compliance inspection on the 23rd of September. We received our correction 2 days ago, and as Mr. Hector, he explained some of the stuff. All I can add to that is our 90-day retention, which the system was able to let us go back and see. And I double checked even this morning. I was able to go back 3 months from today, but it's just something on the screen, like the dates is just glitching. Something's going on, so I have to get my IT to either recalibrate it or just check it out and see what's going on with it. But I did check that, and we are good to go. Even during the time of inspection, we were able to go back 3 months. And that's all I can say. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for being here,
Of course, thank you for having
for
me.
your presentation. Commissioners, are there any questions for the applicant?
This Commissioner Lim, when did this used to be a medical marijuana dispensary. When did you first open up for business?
This location or in the license itself?
In general, the license.
2008, sir.
2008?
Yes,
And you were the founder at that time?
yes. I was
You must have been barely 21 at that time.
23, 24. I'm
Congratulations.
40 this in 10 days, so it's like raising a baby, you know?
Hopefully it's a good
And
baby.
we're about to send him off to college, hopefully. So it's been fun times.
Commissioner Farmby. The location of your business is kind of like on a strip. And there's businesses right next door to each other.
Correct.
And you also have like a little bit of in that area, like a little bit of a homeless situation. Do you all kind of deal with that at
Every
all?
day, every morning.
And how do you all
Just,
deal
we
with
empower, we don't discriminate, we don't do nothing, we just deal with it. But in general, it's been all right, no problems. Most of them are customers. So it hasn't, we see them, but it doesn't really affect, like, they're not, because there's a church behind us,
Mhm.
or something like that, that they come and they eat twice a day, I believe. So it's usually in the morning that we get some of that traffic, but they're not really much trouble, man.
No. Okay. And then you're on Lancashire right there. So it's like all of that street, it's the street parking. Do you have parking like in the back, or do you have anything designated for parking?
We have designated like for workers, but we also never really have problems for customers don't complain for parking. It's a coin meter parking. There's sometimes when it gets packed in the front, it's ample in the back. And we help them out.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Lim, in March of 2021, there was in the complaint portal, there was a complaint that you were selling, you were giving free samples from an open bag. What's your policies and procedure and training to make sure that there's no consumption of cannabis at your retail store?
Consumption at the location?
Yeah.
There's none. There's never been any. As to the complaint, if I'm not mistaken, my recollection recalls back to like that, because I remember that customer and I deal with some of those complaints in real time, most of them. And I believe this person was just an unhappy customer, and we normally try to keep the customers to come back, and it doesn't matter what the problem was, but we just offer them like free items, but we do not just hand it to them. It all goes through our POS system. It all gets charged for a penny. So it correlates with the metric system and our POS system at the time. So that's the best,
Okay, so but you didn't give any samples.
No. We might say like we'll give you something for free, but we don't just hand it to them.
You have a drastic discount.
You got 1 penny because that's part of the regulations and policies that we have to do that at least, and I'm assuming that's because to keep record of it. Seed to sale.
Any other questions, commissioners? Okay, thank you again.
Thank you.
We are on to deliberations. I'll take that as none. Do we have a motion?
This is Commissioner Melendez for item number, agenda number 9, DCR Core Record number 101789 for the business premises located at 4854 North Lancashire Boulevard. I move to adopt the staff recommendation as stated on their staff report dated October 14th, 2024.
This is President Mason. I'll second. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby.
Aye.
Vice President Nash.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 10 is DCR Core Record number 101776. The applicant is North Hollywood Compassionate Caregivers Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 8085 North Webb Avenue. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card nor a raised hand.
Okay, thank you. We'll hear from staff at this time.
Good afternoon. This is licensing analyst Alan Dubois. I will present item number 10 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record number 101776 is associated with North Hollywood Compassionate Caregivers, Inc. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 8085 North Webb Avenue in the Sun Valley, La Tuna Canyon Community Plan Area within Council District 6. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 3rd, 2018. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the LAMC and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10000061-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through May 15th, 2025. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. On or about September 4th, 2024, DCR provided the notice of the Community Meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on September 26, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes of each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written testimony for this applicant. A compliance inspection was recently conducted, and a representative from the Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location at the end of this licensing presentation. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in the LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. The applicant did inform DCR that a representative will speak on behalf of this application today. This concludes the licensing presentation for this item. Compliance and Enforcement will now provide their review.
Mr. Alikhan?
Good afternoon, Hector Alicon, Compliance Enforcement Division Supervisor. Thank you for the reminder. So today I'm doing a report on 8085 North Webb Avenue. There was a compliance inspection conducted on September 25th, 2024. The notice to correct was issued 2 days ago on October 15th. On October 16th, yesterday, an email was sent to our management analyst or our compliance analyst, and the following deficiencies were observed during the compliance inspection. The first item observed was the use of DBA, North Hollywood Compassionate Caregivers. It is not registered as a fictitious business name with the DBA with DCR. At present, they did confirm that they filed with the county. However, they need to register that with DCR, which is simply filing a form, submitting a mod, and getting it updated. There is the beauty of, they do have an opportunity right now is the renewal period. So they have the opportunity to reach out to their analysts and submit any type of updates or changes, as long as they communicate that with their licensing analyst. The second item that was observed was display of license. The neighborhood liaison contact information is not prominently displayed to be viewed by the public, state, and local agencies. They did provide a photo of that signage. However, the name and email does not match what's on the record. So they need to just correct that information, send us an updated photo. The third item was identification of employees. Employee identification badges do not include the DCR record core number. They did send a photo, and that was confirmed as corrected by our compliance analyst. The fourth item is graffiti. Graffiti was identified on the northern exterior wall of the building facing Webb Avenue. At present, they have not confirmed that graffiti has been removed. However, they did state they are reaching out currently to resolve the issue. The fifth item is no physical changes without approval. Current business premises diagram does not accurately reflect the provided business premises diagram. Also, camera placement on the business premises diagram does not correspond to the camera placement at the location. So they need to submit an updated business premises diagram to their licensing analyst and or submit a business premises modification against the location specific record. The sixth item is no loitering signs. And they did make an attempt to submit photos of that no loitering sign, but in our regulation, there's specific language. So if they just follow that specific language verbatim, send us a photo of that, they meet that requirement. So this just had the wrong verbiage in there. The last item is product inventory and sales. They're currently conducting their own investigation or their own review of their inventory so they can reconcile and with the report from Metric to our department. I believe there are some other 3 more items, and they are related to delivery activity at this location. Delivery request receipt. There was a lack of the required information for that deficiency there. Product transport licensee does not use a GPS system in the vehicle. And then delivery fleet information. During the conversation or during the email, the licensee or representative stated that they do not intend to pursue or activate that retail activity at the license location. So should they not pursue and conduct delivery activity, then these requirements would not be required. However, in the future, when we do a compliance inspection and we do our metric review, if we see that there are delivery sales at this location, then we would also ask to identify to make sure they meet all these requirements related to the delivery activity. Any questions?
Thank you, Hector. Appreciate it. It's Commissioner Farmby. I see that there's, at least according to the report, it's like maybe 9 or 10 of these deficiencies. Normally we see if they're like minor or moderate and I hear you speaking on them, but I have no idea which one are more serious than the others. Is there anything that you can highlight for us in terms of what you think would be priority for the business owner to focus on?
Well, I think most importantly is aesthetics, how you present yourself to the community. And if there's graffiti facing Webb Avenue, it does need to be removed. It may be, I'm not sure if it may be a minor violation. However, it does need to be removed, and they should follow up with some corrective action for that, for the removal of graffiti. The other items such as, as you can see, the business premises diagram comes up quite often. And so that's just something that they just need to reach out to their licensing analysts and submit a mod so they can get that resolved. All the other items, product inventory and sales, that can be a major issue if it was something that discovered or uncovered items such as like diversion or anything of that nature. But if it ends up turning into that, it becomes a compliance or an enforcement action. So we would go with some further action. But for the compliance inspections, normally it's just couple items that are off. So it's just reconciliation at the end of the day, making sure that the product matches up what's in metric. But yeah, the number of the items are fairly simple to resolve. They did get the NTC 2 days ago. They do have 30 days to resolve it, November 18th. So they have reached out, showed some good faith in taking some corrective action. However, we do need to confirm that all these deficiencies are compliant before we can even correct this. But yeah, they have showed some good faith and we're pleased with that.
This Commissioner Lim, what's the difference between art and graffiti?
Okay, so art, if there is art, art should be, I believe, is a cultural affairs department, and you should reach out to the cultural affairs department and let them know of any wall art. Graffiti may be any type of, it may be deemed as nuisance, but yeah, there's graffiti, there's art, everyone has their interpretation of it. But if it's an art, you hired an artist, you should reach out to the cultural affairs department and get it registered and go through the proper means.
This is President Mason. 10 deficiencies. And you lost me. So I'm not sure how many of the 10 you have proof of correction and how many are still pending.
Okay, so one has been confirmed as corrected, and that's the badges. The DBA, they have submitted and filed with the county. However, they need to complete that process with DCR. So they just need to file the proper documents. All the other 7 items, or let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the other 6 items, one's just related to submitting a mod to the department to identify the updated business premises diagram. A no loitering sign. Reconciling the metric sales with metric. And then the last 3 items were related to the delivery activity that they state in the email that they are no longer going to conduct delivery at this retail location.
So basically, there are 6.5 pending.
Correct.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
This is Vice President Nash. The applicant has apparently stated that they no longer intend to conduct delivery operations. How would the department verify whether or not on an ongoing basis they are conducting delivery operations?
So our ordinance allows us to do up to 2 compliance inspections a year. So when we do our compliance inspections, our compliance analysts, our team members go through metric and check their sales, check where it's coming from, where it's going, and if there's any delivery activity. So if it's a retail without delivery or anything that's outside what their activity requires them to do or allows them to do that, then we would go and address that with a notice to correct or notice of violation. Now, if there's any complaints within the portal that alleges any type of violations, we will investigate that as well. So there's means for us to go through there and follow up in regards to confirming whether or not they have enacted or activated this retail activity. Just keep in mind though, they do have retail. They have the ability to conduct delivery. So in the future, should they wish to conduct delivery at this location, then they would need to meet those requirements, registering their vehicles, making sure that the receipt request meet the requirements, having the GPS, getting the proper insurance. So those requirements we would pursue and confirm that those are met during the time of the inspection.
Since this is Vice President Nash again, since the applicant has indicated that do not intend to do delivery, would it be possible for us to approve the license without their ability to conduct delivery operations?
Assistant Executive Director Jason Glean, that would be a condition that would have to be imposed and there would have to be a public safety finding. But the type 10 retail license type allows for folks to engage in on-site sales as well as off-site sales via delivery. And there's really no way to bifurcate those two activities.
Thank you, this is Vice President Nash. So I'm concerned about that because it looks as though the optics are that the applicant is saying they don't want to do that because they don't want to provide what is necessary to clear up these deficiencies. And it seems like the department is going to be a little bit behind in terms of verifying whether or not they are actually conducting those activities. So that's a concern of mine.
Understandable.
Based on the track and trace system and how the sales are actually coded, we would be able to determine whether or not the operator was engaging in offsite sales.
Vice President Nash, you'd be able to do that on a almost real-time basis, ongoing?
I mean, we have access to the metric data and our staff can look into that data on a daily basis if they wanted to. I mean, the data being uploaded may be a day or two late, but typically they could look in on a quarterly basis to see whether or not any delivery types of activities were engaged in, to see whether or not this would still be an outstanding violation or they've stopped engaging in that activity altogether.
This is Vice President Nash. And again, the fact that it's a delivery as opposed to an in-store sale would clearly show up in metrics.
Yeah, they would be able to differentiate the two.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Lim. In regards to 3 violations that they have for delivery, it's a matter of this, global positioning system, GPS. You can't use your phone. You got to get a GPS system. Fairly minor. The other one is registering your fleet vehicle. And the third one is to the receipt. So these aren't drastic violations where they're going to say they're not going to do it and jeopardize their license and continue to do delivery, when it seems to me the violations could be corrected pretty easily. But I understand your concern if there were major violations, but they seem fairly straightforward, typical items that we've seen on other delivery issues.
This is Vice President Nash. I agree that they should be easily corrected. My concern is that if they aren't providing it and don't want to provide it, that there's the potential for sale to unauthorized purchases such as minors without that
President
information.
Mason, you guys are deliberating. Yeah. Hold your horses. Assistant Director Kaleem.
To the commission's original question about the breakdown of the violations, I did run through the regs. 7 of the violations were minor. 2 of the violations, the one that is A3 little I and D11 are moderate violations, and then D6 could be a major violation. As Commissioner Lim noted, D6 and D11 are both tied to those delivery activities. And since these businesses do have an ongoing need to comply and stay in conformance with the regulations, if the compliance team was to find that they continued to engage in delivery activities for which they hadn't rectified the earlier deficiencies and there are new deficiencies, they could be further cited. And if there was a public safety, health, or public safety risk, the department could look to suspend or revoke this license.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Alican or department staff? Thank you. Okay, so you two were saying?
We should, the applicant.
I don't think, we don't have anyone present. Is there someone on the queue?
Yes, I believe they are. Caller with phone number ending in 9715. Please state your name and whether you represent the applicant. You have 10 minutes to address the commission. Caller with phone number ending in 9715, please state your name and whether you represent the applicant. You have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Hello. Hi. Good afternoon, council members. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I've been having a connection problem. Hi. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to talk. My name is Angie Proshak, and I'm one of the owners of North Hollywood Compassionate Caregivers. I just wanted to clarify, I was present on the last meetings, and I do have the proof of being on Zoom and participating as well throughout the whole meeting. And I've been here today as well. It's just for some reason, I wasn't able to raise my hand last time in order to speak up. In regards to, I've heard the concern in regards to delivery, and it is absolutely not a problem to provide a couple of things that we are missing. But one of the reasons that we're letting it go of the delivery service is just because it's not profitable. Calculating the cost of the employees, the gas, and all the other things relating to the car is just no longer worth it for us. So that's one of the reasons we're shutting down the delivery. But if the council will be more comfortable for us providing all the necessary items before we shut down, that's not an issue. We do have active insurance that is commercial. From my understanding from the notes of the compliance, we're only missing the GPA, and also the way the receipt prints our delivery is not as clear on metrics as the DCR would like. And in regards to other items, so far we have completed everything. Our diagram is actually up to date. The only difference is we did let go of our distribution license, and that's what we need to update it. And in regards to the camera, there was only one camera that was suggested to be added, and that's the only thing that would be updated on our diagram. All the other cameras are marked as they are in the location. Just to want to make sure to clarify that as well. And I would like to take a moment to actually thank Department of Cannabis Regulations. They've been extremely helpful. I've been working with you guys for 18 years, hand to hand, well, as of when it's regulated, hand to hand, and we do our best to provide, compliant services and also stay in touch with our neighborhood. Sorry, I'm very nervous speaking in public, but we take pride on being good neighbors, listening to all of the concern. We ensure to comply with all of the local and also state regulations. And as was mentioned, we did receive all of the items 2 days ago, and I did my best, even though I've been sick and have not been at work, but I have done my best to provide as much as possible as we go. And within the next few days, the rest of the compliance will be completed because everything has been filed. It's just a matter of timing to receive, like DBA to be received and approved, and then it will be submitted to the DCR. And the signs already been submitted. The license are always been posted, and to be honest, it was not mentioned during the meeting, but it was in the email. So I send the proof that the license are all posted and always been posted. And I do have a camera that we can go back 90 days where I can show that it's always been there.
Thank you so much. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant?
This is Commissioner Lim. In regards to the graffiti item, what measures are you going to take?
Yes, so we have this ongoing issue in our neighborhoods. We do have a lot of homeless people around, and they do time to time do that. I have contacted the city, the 311, and they've helped us in the back and schedule and took care of the graffiti. I've also officially emailed the landlord, so whoever comes first to help, because we can't match the paint for the landlord, and he won't allow us to do it any other way. So I have took absolutely every step to take care of this. So either the city or the landlord, whoever comes first, I will immediately submit that it has been removed.
This is Commissioner Lim, thank you.
This is President Mason. Any other questions, commissioners?
This is Commissioner Lim again. We've heard from several other applicants closing down the delivery, and you said that it doesn't make economic sense. What's changed in the last 3 or 4 years that delivery is no longer viable, in your opinion?
To be honest, it was never really bread and butter for our business just because there's so many other dispensaries, including illegal dispensaries in the neighborhood. We did provide that service specifically for our regular customers, some that have difficulties getting to the dispensary or don't have any type of transportation. If metrics ever to be reviewed, it's pretty much the same customers over and over. We really didn't go out of our way to advertise our delivery services. It was more of a convenience for the customers that's been with us for many years. So it was never really a full delivery service that we provided.
Okay. This is Commissioner Lim, thank you.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Melendez. How many years have you been at this location?
In this particular location, I believe we've been since August of 2016.
Thank you.
Any other questions, commissioners? Okay, then thank you, Ms. Kershak, for being on the line with us this afternoon.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
And we are moving on to deliberations.
This is Vice
Those
President.
two you can see, right?
We're going back to that. Huh?
This is Vice President Nash. This one was a close one for me. I was going to recommend continuing it, but after hearing the representations made by the applicant and the updates from the department, I'd be inclined to vote in favor of it.
Thank you.
And this is Commissioner Melendez. I mean, it's 18 years they've been in the business. They've been there to 2016. There's no complaints in the portal. Seems like they're a good operator. I mean, yes, they have some notices to correct, but the major ones are in delivery, and the rest of them are minor. It looks like they're already working on resolving those. So I'm inclined to vote in favor.
Any other remarks, gentlemen? Mrs. President Mason, I have none. I will call for a motion at this time.
This is Vice President Nash regarding item number 10, DCR Core Record number 101776 for the business located at 8085 North Webb Avenue. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated October 14, 2024.
It's Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizel, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
Commissioner Farnby.
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. The time is now 4:11. The commission will recess until 4:35.
I gotta run, get my cell phone.
We may resume.
Good afternoon. This is President Mason. The time is 4:46 PM and we are resuming our meeting at this time, beginning with item 11, DCR Core Record Number 320003. The applicant is York Retailer LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 4667 to 4673 East York Boulevard. Ms. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card nor a raised hand.
Thank you. At this time, we will hear from department staff.
Good afternoon. This is licensing analyst Alan Dubois. I will present item number 11 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record Number 320003 is associated with York Retailer LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 4667 through 4673 York Boulevard in Northeast Los Angeles Community Plan area within Council District 14. Pardon me. The applicant has not yet been issued temporary approval by DCR. However, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the LAMC and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10001345-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 25th, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program to comply with the equity share requirements. SEIAs must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include code mandated language. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about September 4th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on September 26, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written testimony for this applicant. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine that this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendation included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. The applicant did inform DCR that a representative would speak on behalf of this application today. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for staff? Okay, we do have someone here on behalf of the applicant. You may approach the podium at this time. State your name for the record. And when the green light comes on, oh, and your relationship to the applicant. When the green light comes on, you'll have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Armand Serdagian, CEO of Rebat and a part owner of the York Retailer. Thank you for having me back again, Madam President and commissioners. So this store has been open almost a year. We've been actively participating in neighborhood business with the neighborhood businesses and helping them to do any activation around the neighborhood. We didn't have any complaints or anything unusual with this license. Been keeping up with our obligations with our social equity partner. Don't have any issues. However, we never got any inspections to this location. I can't think of anything that is not in compliance right now at this moment in this location. And happy to answer any questions you guys have.
Thank you for being here. This is President Mason. Commissioners, any questions?
This is Commissioner Lim. Are you currently open?
Yes, we are.
Were you able to open without a temporary approval?
We did get our temporary approval. We actually passed, I think there is some, I believe we received an email from Michelle Gorikian asking us to update our ownership portal, and we replied back that it's been already done and approved. We haven't heard back from her since then.
Jason's not here.
Jason's
at the
not here
moment.
because the report that we have says that you do not have a temporary approval from DCR. So that's why I was kind of confused when you said that.
We did
you're
get our
open.
temporary approval about a year ago.
Okay. He's gonna check.
While we're waiting, commissioners, any other questions for the applicant?
Commissioner Farmy, how you doing? Have you kind of taken advantage of all of the different programs of social equity?
We did. However, I believe the social equity grant funds got exhausted lately, and I believe there is a couple of. I'm not the one that it's on the top of those things. My partner is, but I believe there was a couple of fees that we're trying to defer, but we had to go ahead and pay it.
Jason Kleen, Assistant Executive Director. The business does have temporary approval.
So this is Commissioner Melina. So would we have to amend this in the report that we have?
Yes.
As of the date the report was transmitted, the applicant had not yet been granted temporary approval and had it processed. But if it helps the commission, the applicant has, subsequent to the issuance of the report, received temporary approval to engage in the retail storefront activity by the department.
This is Commissioner Lim. York Boulevard is very busy. Are you at the Eagle Rock or are you Highland Park?
Highland Park.
Okay. I have a client of mine that's opening up a German pub there.
I mean, the neighborhood is full of pubs and it's a very busy street. However, I do have an issue in that location, and I'd like to kind of make a statement and ask a follow-up question since we have a Jason here as well. We strongly believe that couple blocks down, there is a new dispensary opened it up. They got their temporary license. We strongly believe that it's not compliance when it comes to the land review. I would like to ask Jason, what is the procedure to kind of file a complaint, or how do we go about that?
For the commission's edification, all complaints related to licensed and unlicensed commercial cannabis activity go through the complaint portal, including land use related complaints. And then the Compliance and Enforcement Division would route those complaints to the licensing team for follow-up before they take any action at a location.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is President Mason. Commissioners, any other questions for the applicant?
Yes, this is Commissioner Melendez. The premises, which is the 4667 through 4673 East York Boulevard, is the 4667, is that the parking lot?
Yes.
And then the
No, actually, I'm sorry, it's not. It used to be a 2-unit building, which we combined and made a 1-unit building. Right now, it's a 4667 York Boulevard.
Yeah, so thank you.
This is Vice President Nash. I have a question for the department. Just for clarification, the staff report is dated October 14, 2024. Are you saying that the provisionary license was granted this applicant after that date?
For the address range that is on the application record before this commission, yes. So this business received temporary approval for a subset of that address range back in 2023. But the project that is before the commission today was fully approved and went through that modification process to expand that address range on October 16th. So now they can engage in retail across all of the addresses as opposed to being limited to the addresses associated with their 2023 temporary approval and 2024 temporary approval.
Thank you. This is Vice President Nash again. So the staff report is correct as written.
No.
As written, as it relates to the project before the commission, yes, it is correct.
Well, that's confusing. I get it.
Jason Glean, Assistant Executive Director.
I guess this is President Mason. I feel like the concern is the commission approving the language that there's no temporary approval license for this applicant.
If I may make a verbal amendment to the staff report, DCR Core Record number 320003 received its initial temporary approval from the Department of Cannabis Regulation in, it appears to be September of 2023. Subsequent to receiving that temporary approval, the applicant submitted a modification request to expand that retail activity over a range of addresses. That modification, which is included in the case that's before you today, was approved by the department. They passed the initial inspection to engage in the activity across the range on October 16th of 2024. So to the extent that the staff report does not accurately reflect that the applicant had prior temporary approval for a subset of that range, I apologize, and I would like to make that clarifying amendment to the staff report.
Thank you. This is President Mason. Does that help?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, then. I don't think we have any other questions for you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
We are now into deliberations. Okay, hearing none, who's taking this motion on?
This is Commissioner Lim. I'll try it.
Okay.
In regards to DCR Core Record number 32000003 for a business located at 4667-4673 East York Boulevard, I make a motion that we adopt the staff report with the amendment that states that provisional temporary license was provided to the applicant in 2023 and formally given temporary license in October 17, 2024.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
This is President Mason, so let me help with this symphony conductor. The temporary approval in 2023 was for a subset at this location, and the license issued on 10/16 of 2024 was for the modification that is before us today.
Correct.
Okay. So that's the motion.
That's the motion. That's it.
This is Commissioner Farm, I'll second.
Thank you, gentlemen. Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
President Mason, there was already a motion, so now you amended that motion or?
No, this motion is to adopt the plan, to adopt the staff report dated October 13, 2024.
I didn't amend.
I'm not amending,
correct
but
it.
you corrected it.
Yeah.
So the second motion was,
Oh, I see. Yes, there's a motion to accept the amendment that Jason referred to.
okay, but then President Mason moved to motion on the, or, I'm sorry, there's a confusion there.
Yeah,
No, I didn't motion. I just corrected.
So-
I did not use that.
this is
verbiage.
Deputy City Attorney Ali Wada. To be clear, then let's just clear the board of all motions. There's no motion pending right now.
Mhm.
We will,
I've got,
to make the record clear, and then let's just restate it.
and this Commissioner Lim, should we do two separate motions? Motion number one to affirm Jason's amendment to approve that. That was an oral amendment. Do we need to approve that?
It's just an amendment to his report, correct?
Yes.
No, I think you would say that if the motion is to adopt the recommendations in the report as orally amended by
Okay.
Mr. Clean here at the hearing.
Okay.
Wonderful.
This is Commissioner Lim. In regards to DCR Core Record Number 320003 for the business located 4667-4673 East York Boulevard, I make a motion that we adopt the staff report with the oral amendment as stated herein.
Mr. Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez.
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby.
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 12 is DCR Core Record Number 310085. The applicant is Sky Club LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 15238 to 15240 West Victory Boulevard. Ms. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card nor a raised hand.
Okay, thank you. We will hear from staff at this time.
Good afternoon. This is licensing analyst Alan Dubois. I will present item number 12 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record Number 310085 is associated with Sky Club LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 15238-40 Victory Boulevard in the Van Nuys, North Sherman Oaks Community Plan area within Council District 6. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of November 6th, 2023. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC 104.06. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C 10-0001036-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through May 19th, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. To comply with equity share requirements, SEIAs must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote, and the and to the profits and include code mandated language. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about September 4th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on September 26, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. One oral comment in favor of the application was provided by the business's director, who commented on how the business provides quality service and affordable prices, as well as being an active member in the community. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in this staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. The applicant did inform DCR that a representative would speak on behalf of this application today. This concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for staff? Okay, hearing none, we do have a representative here on behalf of the applicant. You may approach the podium at this time, state your name for the record, your relationship to the applicant, and you will have 10 minutes when the green light comes on. After you've stated your name and relationship.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. My name is John Zimmerman. I'm a consultant here to assist and represent Sky Club along with the store manager. Is the owner's son, Hamlet Hakopian. Very simply, as entrepreneurs in the evolving cannabis industry, Sky Club looks to bring to the local community a business that is supportive and inclusive, as well as involved with the local community. In fact, after attending the first neighborhood council meeting, Hamlet was approached and asked to join the board, which he's currently considering and investigating so that he makes sure he can have a positive impact on the community. At Sky Club, they believe in compliance, customer service, public safety, just being a good neighbor. Members of the cannabis community and now the Van Nuys community, they look to work very closely with all the departments, and they try to make sure to work very closely with LAPD and with all the partners in the neighborhood to ensure a safer community. We understand the importance of maintaining the highest level of compliance and laws governing the distribution of cannabis goods. We recognize their adherence to the regulations, not only a legal obligation, but also a fundamental aspect of operating ethically and responsibly within the community. To ensure compliance, they have implemented comprehensive policies and procedures that govern every aspect of the operation, from inventory management to sales practices. The team undergoes regular training sessions to stay up to date with any changes in the regulations and to enforce the importance of compliance with their activities. As well as members of the community, they believe it's essential to support and look out for their neighbors. Our store's protective stance on security includes sharing camera footage with LAPD when requested, and this makes for a community to be more secure, and all the neighbors have that security as well. The security guards are vigilant and extend beyond their own business to ensure the safety of their neighbors, whether it's keeping an eye on activity during closed hours of others or proper reporting of any suspicious activities. The security guards are committed to maintaining a safe environment for us all. We strive to give back to the community and support local programs, and we are always open to extending help as we can to nonprofits in the area, as well as other parts of the community and committees around. So I'd like to just thank you for your time. We look forward to your approval. And as to the commissioners of the city and city staff, we thank you very much for everything that you do.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
No, thank you. Any questions? I'm more than happy to answer.
Floor is open. Giving Commissioner Farmbee a moment.
No.
You're okay? No,
Thank you.
thank you. This is President Mason. We are open for deliberations at this time. Okay, there are none. We're moving to a motion.
This is Vice President Nash. Regarding item number 12, DCR Core Record number 310085 for the business premises located at 15238-15240 West Victory Boulevard. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated October 14, 2024.
Commissioner Farmbee, I second.
Thank you, gentlemen. Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmbee,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 13 is DCR Core Record number 120022. The applicant is Hezekiah Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 1530 South Alameda Street, Units 6 and 7. Ms. Treviso, is there a neighborhood council or elected office representative on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card nor a raised hand.
Thank you. Then at this time, we will hear from staff.
Good evening. This is licensing analyst Alan Dubois. I will present item number 13 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record number 120022 is associated with Hezekiah Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 1530 South Alameda Street in the Central City North Community Plan area within Council District 14. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR on November 8th, 2023. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with the LAMC 104.06. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C1000141146-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 29th, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. On or about September 4th, 2024, DCR provided the notice of community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on September 26, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written testimony for this applicant. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. The applicant did inform DCR that a representative would speak on behalf of this application today. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for staff? Okay, we do have a representative here, as stated, on behalf of the applicant. You may approach. You're a familiar face, so you know how this works.
Is the light on?
Okay, so you state your name and your relationship to the applicant, then you pause, and then the light comes on, and then you can go.
Arthur Hodge, am the authorized agent for the business. Good evening. Thank you for your time. I appreciate the work of staff on this license and appreciate all of your dedication in the program and spending time here. This is a retail license that started out with some history. Hezekiah Incorporated was formed in 2005. It was one of the first dispensaries in the city. It was located on Gower. Many people may have recognized that it was a green building that we now know was a dispensary. And ultimately, it relocated its business to the Vernon area of Los Angeles on 24th Street. And it's a pre-ICO, so it had all 4 activities there. Unfortunately, the retail wasn't really going to work out there because of just the nature of the area, although a retail license was in place. So when the ARCO or Atlantic Richfield Gulf Oil facility on Alameda was being remodeled, that site was chosen to relocate to. And if you're familiar with Alameda, right south of where the 10 freeway crosses, where the fire was last year, that's immediately where we are. There aren't very many neighbors. It's in a redeveloped plaza that was a gas station and a service station. There are 1 or 2 other businesses in the plaza so far. It's a rough part of town. We're hoping that it's going to come back. It's a challenging area. It's presented some security issues that have been addressed by adding extra cameras around the plaza in addition to the cameras that are required. I met 2 days ago on Tuesday with the downtown Los Angeles Neighborhood Council, and they, although said they will not have time to actually issue the letter because the meeting was today, they said the letter will be coming as a matter of course, and they gave their full recommendation. It's a Jungle Boys store, Jungle Boys downtown LA or Jungle Boys Los Angeles is how it's branded. And I'm up for questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for being here. Commissioners, any questions?
This is Commissioner Melendez. So when you look at it on the phone, there's a fence around there, and I usually take that off ramp to go buy some wood over at Bonoff Lumber. Is it open now? I mean, it always looked like it's been shuttered for a long time.
Yeah, it was shuttered for a long time, but it's open. And now the way that you're thinking about, if you're coming down Alameda, if you know what you're doing, you can make a left turn at that signal and turn directly into the plaza, or you go a little further and turn left. You have to turn around at Washington and come back to 16th Street and cut in.
Okay.
So, but yeah, it's open now. The fencing was taken down just the day before we opened so that, people wouldn't come in.
Thank you. This is Commissioner Melendez once again. So how long have they been at this location now? Like a year?
They occupied it for quite a while before having temporary approval and being able to open and operate. And the license from the state was in place, I believe, since June of 2022. And then I think temporary approval was granted in January of 23 or late 22. I don't recall exactly, but it's been open. They actually opened the doors right before April 20th of the year.
This is President Mason. When you say the area is rough, can you expand on that?
Sure. My car was broken into and my backpack stolen in broad daylight from Alameda, a block away from there. I represent some other dispensaries at the Alameda, another dispensary and a business at Alameda and Olympic. And I'm very familiar with the area, other businesses that I represent on Staunton. That whole area, if you kind of draw a little radius of maybe 500 yards around the intersection of the 10 freeway in Alameda, is a very rough area at night. There are little alleyways that that people hang out in, and it's a rough part of town. for sure.
Gotcha. Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions?
So what has this Commissioner Lynn, what measures has the applicant taken to rectify the tough neighborhood?
Well, in addition to having the security, which is the number one feature, as I mentioned before, we've added cameras throughout the plaza so that we're able to have eyes on things that are happening, not just the front door of the business, the back door of the business, and the minimum requirement. The other thing that was done is at the business on the north side of the business, the neighbor is a Ryder truck rental facility. And, you know, there's hardly any people around there at night. And there was an opportunity, and I think there still is, for people to hop the fence of the Ryder facility and cut a little hole into a chain link fence and crawl into an area behind these buildings, and they can enter a hallway and hang out in there, and they have time back there if there's no camera on them to be able to break in. And before we opened, actually that happened, and they broke the knobs off the door, the commercial locks. So the only thing, in addition to adding extra cameras, was we took the doorknobs off of the door so that you can't unlock it and enter from the back. So now it just has like a disc on there, and they so far are not able to get through that, but they try with bars and everything else until the security, you know, catches it and chases them out.
Commissioner Melendez, what are your hours of operation?
I'm pretty sure we're open from 9 until 9. And on weekends it'd be 9 to 9:30. And I'm going from memory, I apologize. It would be in my 4013 report.
And Commissioner Melendez, again, well-lit parking lot, everything?
Very well lit parking lot. Yeah, the parking lot's great. It's newly paved. It, you know,
Yes.
yeah, it's actually quite nice. It's the nicest building in the area, really. So they had a freeway off ramp. It's good. It makes the area look good.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
We are open for deliberations. Going once, going twice. Moving on to the motion.
Commissioner Melendez, for item number 13, a DCR Core Record number 120022 for the business premises located at 1530 South Alameda Street, Unit 6 and 7. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated on their staff report dated October 14, 2024.
Commissioner Farmbee, a second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmbee,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 14, DCR Core Record number 101798. Applicant is Greenleaf Caregivers to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 2000 South Sepulveda Boulevard. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card nor a raised hand.
Thank you so much. Then at this time, we will hear from department staff.
Good evening. This is licensing analyst Alan Dubois. I will present item number 14 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record number 101798 is associated with Greenleaf Caregivers. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 2000 South Sepulveda Boulevard in the West Los Angeles Community Plan area within Council District 5. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 1st, 2018. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC 104.06. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10-0001044-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through May 27th, 2025. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. On or about September 4th, 2024, DCR provided the notice of the Community Meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on September 26, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. One oral comment in favor of the application was provided by a representative of the business. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. The applicant did inform DCR that a representative would speak on behalf of this application today. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for staff? Okay, hearing none. Mr. Vizo, is there a caller in the queue?
I don't have a raised hand and I don't recognize any of the numbers that were provided.
Okay, and I don't have a speaker card for this item.
Do we have any phone numbers ending in 7001 or 7737 in the queue?
No, we do not.
The applicant did reach out to the department to state that they would have a representative present for this. And I can confirm that we do not have a speaker card here, and our commission executive assistant is confirming that we do not have a caller in the queue with a raised hand.
Thank you so much. Then we're going to move on to deliberations. If any, commissioners?
They've been, this Commissioner Lim, they've been in operation since 2018. Almost 7 years, so, without any complaints or citations.
Yes, Commissioner Melendez, yes, and I see that there's no violations or anything happening either. Even though we prefer to have somebody here from the from Greenleaf Caregivers.
I will note, though, that the compliance team has only been inspecting for about a year now. So anything prior to that would have been a complaint in the portal.
Right, but I think in the past, if there was no red flag or any questions, we didn't punish the applicants for not having somebody here. We did, unless we had a question, then we would continue it. But if there's no questions, we just passed it because it would seem like it was a punishment if we just continued it because they weren't here.
We're not there yet, I don't think.
No,
I don't think anyone went there.
No, no,
I didn't hear that.
No.
No, I was just stating on the compliance part that they're older than the compliance division.
Right,
Yeah. Okay.
but nothing in the computer portal either,
Yeah.
in the complaint portal,
No,
and that's been there for a while.
So they might just squeak by.
even though they're not here.
Yes.
Okay, then. I think we're done. Is there a motion?
This is Commissioner Lim, in regards to DCR Core Record Number 1011798 for the business located 2000 South Sepulveda Boulevard. I make a motion that we adopt the staff report.
This is Vice President Nash. I second the motion.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby.
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
President Mason.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We are on to item number 15, DCR Core Record Number 101783. Applicant is Stony Point Collective Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 9851 to 9853 North Topanga Canyon Boulevard. Ms. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, there is no speaker card nor raised hand.
Okay, thank you. We'll hear from staff.
Good evening. This is licensing analyst Alan Dubois. I will present item number 15 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record Number 101783 is associated with Stony Point Collective, Inc. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 9851 through 9853 Topanga Canyon Boulevard in Chatsworth, Porter Ranch Community Plan Area within Council District 12. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of March 2nd, 2018. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with the LAMC 104.06. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10001066-LIC to conduct retail with on-site commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 10th, 2025. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. On or about September 4th, 2024, DCR provided the notice of community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on September 26th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written testimony for this applicant. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny the annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. The applicant did inform DCR that a representative would speak on behalf of this application today. That concludes the department's presentation for this item and my time for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any questions for staff?
Yes, this is Commissioner Melendez. This is for Jason. I noticed on one of the earlier applications today, and I'm looking at this one right now, that there's a Purple Haze smoke shop. And what is the official designation of a smoke shop? Does that have anything to do with cannabis at all, or is that just, you know, they just sell paraphernalia? I'm not sure what, you know, why there's why today we've come across two different ones that have a similar situation.
Great question. Thank you. Jason Kleen, Assistant Executive Director. So anybody who's engaged in commercial cannabis activity must pursue both the local and state license. So, you know, in the event that Purple Haze is not an applicant before the department, either they're a smoke shop and they're selling tobacco and tobacco related products, or they're an unlicensed commercial cannabis business. But in either of those two scenarios, it would not be a business that creates a buffer that would preclude a licensed business or applicant from moving forward with trying to engage in licensed commercial cannabis activity. our regulations do prevent licensed cannabis businesses from selling alcohol or tobacco products. So if you are a cannabis business, you are a cannabis business and you're not selling alcohol or tobacco, and there are no distancing restrictions between alcohol sales and tobacco sales in a licensed commercial cannabis business.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the explanation.
Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners? Okay. Then we do have a representative here on behalf of the applicant. State your name for the record, please, your relationship to the applicant, and then once you see the green light, you will have 10 minutes.
Good evening now, President and Commissioner. My name is Devin Julian. I am the CEO of Stony Point Collective, doing business as Culture Cannabis Club. I come before you again. We've seen each other on another project to request this approval. Culture Cannabis Club is a chain of retail establishments in the cannabis space across the state. We've got 9 that are operational, another 3 that should be operational within the next 90 days or so, and then several other that are in various forms of development across the state, a few out of the state as well. So I think I'll reserve any additional presentations and answer any questions that you guys have. We are looking forward to this project. It's been a long time coming. As far as the progress of the project, it is almost fully built out. There's a couple of ADA pieces missing, and then just some final equipment. So that would be the cameras are in. We're having some issues with the DVR, and then just some of the computers, but we're hoping to get that open very soon.
Thank you.
So this Commissioner Lim, your provisional license was given in 2018, and was this the current location you're remodeling and fixing up? Is that a new location?
Yeah, so actually, the provisional was given on one of the units. The other unit next door was actually offered to us by the landlord, probably 18 months ago, 2 years ago. And so we had always had the approval there, but that lease had to end. So we built out the entire space. We have 2 units. That's why you have the 2 different addresses listed there. And now construction's almost finished.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Any other questions, commissioners? All righty. Thank you again for being here.
Absolutely. I'll turn this off. Oh, no.
We're on to deliberations, if any.
There's no complaints in the portal. Everything looked pretty good.
Okay, thank you. Hearing none from my right side, I'm going to go ahead and call for a motion.
It's Commissioner Melendez for item number 15, DCR Core Record number 101783 for the business located at 9851-9853 North Topanga Canyon Boulevard. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated October 14th, 2024.
Vice President Nash, I second the motion.
Thank you. Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
President Mason.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 16 is DCR Core Record number 100636. The applicant is Divine Wellness Center Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 7246 North Eaton Avenue. Ms. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card nor a raised hand.
Thank you. Then at this time, we'll hear from staff.
Good evening. This is licensing analyst Gia Serrano. I will present item number 16 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record number 100636 is associated with Divine Wellness Center Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 7246 North Eaton Avenue in the Canoga Park, Winnetka, Woodland Hills, West Hills Community Plan area within Council District 3. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 1st, 2018. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC 104.06. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10-00000313-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 26, 2025. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. The applicant is an existing medical marijuana dispensary. Pursuant to LAMC Section 105.03B, an EMMD shall not be subject to the zone, distance, and sensitive use restrictions stated in LAMC Section 105.02 until after December 31st, 2025, on the condition that they operate and continue to operate in compliance with the distance and sensitive use restrictions. On or about September 4th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and the Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on September 26, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written testimony for this applicant. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and a Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. The applicant did inform DCR that a representative would speak on behalf of this application today. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you so much, Ms. Serrano. Commissioners, are there any questions for staff? Thank you. We do have a representative here on behalf of the applicant. You may approach the podium at this time. State your name and relationship to the applicant when you get there, and wait for the green light, and then you will have 10 minutes.
Hi, guys. My name is John Ksachikian. I'm the retail manager for Divine Wellness Center Incorporated. I have been with the company for over 4 years now. I am well versed in the cannabis industry. This is the second time I've came and applied for our annual. You guys approved us last month for Buku Incorporated, Exhalants, doing business as Exhalants. So Canoga Park, Divine Wellness, we have pretty much the same infrastructure. We work off of the same SOPs. We pay attention and know what kind of responsibility comes with having a cannabis industry and the regulations. So we just follow the same SOPs, make sure everything is up to date. We have an outside legal team as well too that helps us consult and change anything in the SOPs, because every month there's always updates and stuff changing. And I really appreciate you guys giving us the time to come back out here again. I do open to any questions that you guys might have about the location.
Okay, thank you for being here.
Thank you, guys.
Commissioners, I'll turn it over to you for questions, if any.
Yes, this is Commissioner Melendez. How many spots do you have in the back?
In parking spaces, we have 6 spaces in the back.
And there's parking in the front as well, right?
There's parking in the front as well too.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Lim. The other application that you were here in front of us before, was that also an existing medical marijuana dispensary?
Yes, we've been operating that one since 2018 as well too.
Okay. And how long have you been operating this one? You received your temporary approval in 2018.
Same time, both of them same time, same year started.
Thank you.
No problem.
Any other questions? All right, then, hearing none, thank you again for being here.
Thank you.
We are
guys.
on to deliberations, if any. Okay, may I have a motion, please?
This Commissioner Lim, in regards to number 16, DCR Core Record Number 100636 for business located at 7246 North Eaton Avenue. I make a motion that we adopt the staff report dated October 14, 2024.
This is Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Rizzo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item 17 is DCR Core Record Number 100088. The applicant is the Refinery to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 14901 to 14907 West Oxnard Street. Mr. Rizzo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card nor a raise hand.
Thank you. Then at this time, we will hear from staff.
Good evening. This is licensing analyst Gia Serrano. I will present item number 17 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record Number 100088 is associated with the Refinery. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 14901 through 14907 West Oxnard Street, Van Nuys, California 91411, in the Van Nuys North Sherman Oaks Community Plan area with Council District 6. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of June 27th, 2018. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC 10406. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10-0000312-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 26, 2025. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. On or about September 4th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on September 26, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written testimony for this applicant. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends that the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. The applicant did inform DCR that a representative would speak on behalf of this application today. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for staff? Okay, we do have a speaker card. Thank you.
Should I begin?
You can speak your, state your name for the record, your relationship, and then.
My name is Gregory McGarrian. I am owner, operator, CEO of the refinery. I do want to make a correction though. We are a micro business C12 license and our state license expires in August, not in June.
Jason Clean for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. At the local level, we issue licenses for each activity.
Yes.
So even though you have a C12, what actually goes before the commission is just the element associated with your type 10. And then that expiration date was just based on when that activity was originally granted for that activity by the state. So
Understood. I just want to give you guys a quick background of the refinery and myself. There's a long history. Refinery opened in actually 2005 in North Hollywood as Big Heart Caregivers. And then later on in 2006, we got incorporated with the Secretary of State as a nonprofit as Cahuenga Caregivers, because we were on Cahuenga Boulevard. And we were there till 2012, when Prop D had came out. At that time, they had churches as a sensitive use, so we had to relocate, and that's when we relocated to Van Nuys Sherman Oaks Community Plan. So we have a long history in the industry, started from activism and helping the industry that we have today in legalization. Refinery, we've always been a good operator, good neighbor. We've always had an open door. The Van Nuys Neighborhood Council, like probably half of them are our customers, our patrons. We are local owned. We live in Sherman Oaks. Kids go to Sherman Oaks Elementary. Our neighbors, other people, I won't say what jobs they do, but they're our patrons. And so we are truly a local shop owned by locals. I'm the first veteran to receive a license in the entire state. And I was pretty proud of that. We're very good. Like every morning, if you were to walk by at like 7:30, 7 a.m., you might see either myself or my dad sweeping the sidewalk to clean up the trash, because for some reason, street sweepers don't go down Oxnard. I don't know why. So that's probably another issue to bring up later on. But we are truly a family owned, and we approach everything holistically, family, and as human beings first. I don't believe we've ever had a complaint. Like I said, we have an open door. So if a neighbor has a complaint, they usually don't go to the portal. They come right to me, and we address it right there live in real time. Only complaint I ever heard is they say, man, the smell of cannabis. I was like, we're a retailer. Everything's prepackaged. It's not us. And of course, there's illegal grows behind us, around us, all around us. Yeah, I said, it's probably them. But other than that, I mean, we love being there. We love Sherman Oaks. We love our community, and we, want to continue to be there to service and help our community. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions?
This Commissioner Lim, you said that there's an illegal dispensary nearby yours.
Not an illegal. There was an illegal one. They closed that one down. But they do close and reopen. But there's quite a few illegal cultivators, and I actually took a video of one that happened. I want to say 3 weeks ago. They did a pretty big raid. It was a really big raid, and there was probably like at least 100 officers, and it stretched probably half of Oxnard, starting from Kester towards Sepulveda. It was a pretty big one. I was happy to see it, because to see any kind of enforcement is a good thing.
And that was a sweep to shut down all the illegal dispensaries.
That was only for one location. That was
big local. How did you compete with that illegal dispensary?
We don't really, no way to really compete. We just educate. So we educate the consumer saying, hey, we have clean, legal, licensed, and taxed products. And if you are sick, a lot of our customers, because we've been around since the medical times, our average customer age is closer to 50. And a lot of them use it for medicinal benefits. So if you are going to use it for medicinal benefit, then you need to make sure that that product is clean and tested. Because if it has pesticides, pesticide is a nerve agent, which could lower your white blood cell count. And then your immune system is going to be even lower, and you're putting yourself at a greater risk. So it's not about competing, it's about educating, right? Because cannabis is not the same in illegal and legal market.
This is Commissioner Lim. Thank you very much.
Any other questions, commissioners? Okay, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
We're on to deliberations, if any. Okay, hearing none, I'll call for a motion.
This is Commissioner Lim. In regards to number 17, DCR Core Record Number 100088 for the business located at 14901 to 14907 West Oxnard Street. I make a motion that we adopt the staff report dated October 14, 2024.
This is Commissioner Farm, yes, second.
Thank you, Ms. Treviso. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 18 is DCR Core Record Number 100074. Applicant is MMR Center Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 14000 West Ventura Boulevard. Ms. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card. There is a raised hand, but I was told that that is the representative's phone number. So there is no other raised hand.
Thank you. At this time, we'll hear from staff.
Good evening. This is licensing analyst Gia Serrano. I will present item number 18 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record Number 100074 is associated with MMR Center Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 14000 West Ventura Boulevard in the Sherman Oaks, Studio City, Toluca Lake, Cahuenga Pass Community Plan area with Council District 4. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 1st, 2018. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC 104.06. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C12000097 LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 24th, 2025. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. On or about September 4th, 2024, DCR provided the notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on September 26, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. 2 oral comments in favor of the application were provided by representatives of the business. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and a Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. The applicant did inform DCR that a representative would speak on behalf of this application today. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for staff? Okay, hearing none, I believe the applicant's representative, we have someone here and then I have a note that there's a caller as well.
Good evening, everyone, President Mason and esteemed council members. My name is Tony Santillan. I'm the store manager at MMR Center. I've been with the company since 2007 when medical prescriptions were 300 from Dr. Ivan. We probably serve a diverse group of customers, including local residents, working professionals, those with chronic illnesses, and the elderly, all of whom depend on a safe, high-quality medicine at affordable prices. We also support law enforcement and local businesses by providing footage from our 65-camera security system. A couple of weeks ago, we assisted Detective Ramirez from the LAPD with the hit-and-run case involving an elderly individual. We also participate in our community street fair, which takes place on the third Sunday of October each year. We share information and answer any questions from our local neighbors. MMRC has been a stable business for 19 years, and we are committed to the success of our community. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you will be well carried by our licensing expert, Ms. Sienna Marie, which is taking up the presentation. She's on the phone. Yeah, thank you.
I have paused the time. They have 8 minutes and 53 seconds left. Caller with phone number ending in 0762, please state your name and how you represent the applicant.
Good afternoon. My name is Sienna Marie Sesma, and I am the designated representative for MMR Center Incorporated. Good afternoon, President. Oh, Mary, go.
Go ahead. You have 8 minutes and 53 seconds left.
Perfect. Thank you. Good afternoon, President, Vice President, Executive Directors, Commissioners, and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. My name is Sienna Marie Sesma, and I'm a designated representative of MMR Center Incorporated, an established cannabis dispensary in the Sherman Oaks community. Next slide, please. MMR Center Incorporated retail storefront was operational under the Medicinal Marijuana Interim Control Ordinance beginning in 2006. Then transitioned operations under its current temporary local and provisional state microbusiness commercial cannabis licenses, with the addition of distribution and non-volatile manufacturing operations as of 2019. Having been established since 2006, MMR Center Inc. became one of the first dispensaries in Sherman Oaks and has been serving the community from our original location on Ventura Boulevard. As one of the oldest operating licensed cannabis businesses in Los Angeles, we are pioneers in both the medical and recreational cannabis industry and pride ourselves in providing high-quality cannabis medicine to patients managing chronic illnesses such as cancer, HIV, and other body pain, where cannabis is recommended by medical professionals. What sets us apart is not just our history, but our unwavering focus on quality, service, and compliance. Next slide, please. Our dispensary is conveniently located in the heart of Sherman Oaks, corner of Ventura Boulevard and Costello Avenue. This prime location has allowed us to serve the community with easy access and proximity to local businesses, including the Sherman Oaks Galleria and the surrounding San Fernando Valley residents. Next slide, please. We understand the importance of accessibility and convenience for our customers and staff. Our private, well-lit parking lot located behind the dispensary offers 10 general spaces and 1 handicap van accessible space. This setup provides us with safe, direct access from the lot to the shop, ensuring ease and security for everyone. Next slide, please. As a responsible and fully licensed microbusiness by the state of California, we operate under strict regulatory frameworks that govern every aspect of our business. We fully embrace these regulations, understanding that safety and compliance are not just legal requirements, they are essential components of operating a professional cannabis dispensary. To further underscore our commitment to safety, We recognize the need for secured entrance at our location. Our front entrance is designed with both visual safety and compliance in mind, from clear and compliant signage to a secure facade. We take every step necessary to ensure that our customers, our employees, and the community feel safe when entering our facility. Next slide, please. Once inside, we maintain a secure and controlled environment with compliant check-in processes to verify that only authorized individuals enter our dispensary. We place a strong emphasis on privacy and discretion to ensure that all of our customers, including patients with sensitive medical needs, feel safe and respected during their visit. We are committed to protecting their confidentiality and dignity. Next slide, please. We offer much more than just products. We provide a farm-to-counter experience. Our retail space offers a modern, well-lit design with an open floor plan that provides clear visibility for staff and for customers. Products are displayed securely in transparent cases, allowing for a safe and inviting shopping experience. What truly defines MMR Center Incorporated is our committed and knowledgeable staff who are trained not only in cannabis, but also in delivering exceptional service. They are there to guide customers through our curated selection of cannabis products. So whether someone is new to cannabis or an experienced consumer, we provide a personalized and educational shopping experience that makes people feel at ease. Next slide, please. Our team is made up of local residents who understand the diverse needs of our community. We serve a wide range of customers, from working professionals and local residents to seniors, veterans, and including the chronically ill individuals. Each of these groups rely on us for safe, high quality access to medicine at affordable prices. Next slide, please. As a fixture of the Sherman Oaks community, MMR Center, Inc. is committed to active engagement and volunteer work in our community. We proudly participate in events like the Sherman Oaks Street Fair and many other events where we educate the public about cannabis, introduce them to our friendly staff, and discuss how we can be good neighbors. We also volunteer for park cleanup efforts at Van Nuys Sherman Oaks Park, ensuring that the neighborhood remains beautiful and welcoming. Our dedication to the community extends well beyond the storefront. We are committed to making Sherman Oaks a better place for all. Next slide, please. At MMR Center, we have always strived to elevate the perception of cannabis and in its role in wellness. With over 18 years of service in Sherman Oaks and beyond, we continue to build on our legacy of trust, quality, and professionalism. Our security measures not only ensure compliance in all regulations, but also reflect our dedication to the safety, privacy, and well-being of our customers and community. We are more than just a business. We are the neighbors. We remain deeply committed to serving the Sherman Oaks community with integrity and passion. Together, we can continue to thrive and create a positive impact in our neighborhood. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you both for being here. Who's taking questions?
I'll take questions. Actually, both of us can take questions, but we're here.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you calling in and your efforts to integrate into the community and build a good relationship there. I just want to commend that. Thank you for sharing that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any questions?
This is Commissioner Lim. You mentioned the term micro business several times, which consists of manufacturing, distribution, and retail. Is all three operations done at 14000 Ventura Boulevard?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. How big is that space?
It's about 3,800 square feet.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, commissioners? All right. Thank you both for being here.
Thank you guys for your time.
Thank
We are
you.
moving on to deliberations. Okay, there aren't any, so I will call for
Item,
a motion from
18.
Commissioner Farmby.
Item number 18, appreciate it. DCR Core Record number 100074, MMR Center Incorporated. The business premises is at 14000 West Ventura Boulevard. I make a motion to accept the staff's recommendation as stated in their report.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you, Mr. Vizo. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Have a great evening.
Feel better.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks.
Item number 19 is DCR Core Record number 100029. Applicant is Valley Herbal Healing Center Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 614 South Mateo Street. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have speaker card nor a raised hand.
Thank you. Then at this time, we will hear from staff.
Good evening. This is licensing analyst Gia Storano. I will present item number 19 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record number 100029 is associated with Valley Herbal Healing Center Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 614 South Mateo Street in the Central City North Community Plan area within Council District 14. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 1st, 2018. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC 104.06. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C12-000039-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 4th, 2025. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. On or about September 4th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on September 26, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written testimony for this applicant. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and a Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it's appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. The applicant did inform DCR that a representative would speak on behalf of this application today. Excuse me. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for staff? Okay. Hello, Mr. God.
Hello, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Thank you for having me again tonight. I appreciate it. I do have one small tweak on the staff report. We did actually.
Before you go,
I'm sorry.
state your full name for the record,
Oh, of
please,
course,
and your
I'm so sorry.
relationship to the
Yeah.
applicant.
My name is Timothy Dodd. I'm the owner and co-founder of Valley Herbal Healing Center at 614 Mateo Street. Just a small tweak. We did actually provide evidence of our reaching out to the neighborhood council. I actually met with them last Tuesday at the Arts District. Little Tokyo. It was virtual, but we did that. Thank you. I think you've seen some of this before. I'll just kind of state it again for the record. So we are a Southern California, Los Angeles-based, Culver City-based retailer only. We've been in operation since 2018. I employ about 300 people. We're a union shop, UFCW 770, at all of our stores in Southern California. We focus on community. We've contributed over $300,000 and growing. That number is probably now closer to $370,000. And thousands of volunteer hours to over 24 charities across California. We focus on three things: food insecurity, underhousing, and social and racial injustice. We have never had a complaint, a verified complaint at a state or local level. We have zero and ever complaints. We're a trusted partner of our local cities and councils. We work hand in glove with our regulators. We have 24/7 security, including AI and human-powered security. And we have a designated liaison officer at all stores, which is now me. We are 80% diverse at the store level on a race and gender basis. We're 90% diverse at the management level. 2/3 of our shelf space is reserved for legacy growers, LGBTQ, female and BIPOC owned brands. Myself, I have mentored and incubated about 24 social equity brands and some retailers in California. It's work that I take seriously. I will say I am very concerned, and this is the last time I will probably appear in front of you this year. So I'm going to spend a couple of minutes, if I could, just addressing a couple of concerns, if that would be okay with you. Thank you. I am very concerned with two things. We have around 1,200 dispensaries in the state of California. A third of them are in the city of Los Angeles. That's a lot. We're reaching a point of saturation. I think we're actually beyond that point. I wrote a comment on LinkedIn, which some people follow me on. I'm not proud of that, but it's something I do. About a year ago, I said that we are at peak cannabis. And I projected that we would start to see behavior that we're seeing. So what we're seeing now is extinction. You've already had people tonight who have not shown up to these meetings or have had to postpone them or continue them because they can't pay their bills, they can't pay their licensing fees. They've lost their lease, they've lost their property, they've lost their income. It's a tragedy. I gave up mentoring social equity retail applicants because I could not in good conscience suggest that people get into this business. As an established retailer, and I've been in this since 2018, and before that I was a lawyer, I've been in corporate finance. I worked in Fortune 50 companies at the C-suite level. This is a really hard thing to do. And you require a lot of investment, a lot of capital. And I am deeply concerned that we are putting our most vulnerable people in harm's way, economic harm's way, with these programs. We need to help them more. The city of Los Angeles needs to look hard at what we're doing. What happens is these businesses are, in my view, this is my view only, are the victims of predatory behavior at the start. In the womb, these businesses are picked upon by predominantly white-owned business owners that are on a predatory debt and capital and even product investment level. And I've been in this room and heard people say, well, I had to pay back my inventory load to my partner. That's not a partner. You're not paying back a partner in that case. You're paying back a predatory capitalist. I think that's terrible. And then secondly, what we're seeing is those businesses going out of business, owing hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars in excise tax and sales tax to the city or the state. And they don't go out of business quietly. They implode. So because there's no capital in this business, in this entire industry right now, those businesses go into managed service agreements, which are just as predatory as the ones that birthed them. And those managed service agreements rob them of their livelihood, are predatory, are widespread in this industry, particularly here in Los Angeles. And you see them, I can spot them, 50% off, 60% off, 100% off. What viable business is giving its product away? The managed service agreements don't have the business owner who birthed the business on them, right? Those guys are off making money. It's the social equity applicant who's stuck with this. There are social equity applicants, businesses who have now been traded through MSAs 3 or 4 times. The owner of the managed service agreement business stays with that liability. That liability will survive bankruptcy. That will chase them. We're not talking about generational wealth. We're talking about generational debt. That's why I gave up helping social equity applicants on the retail basis in the city, because I am terrified of what's going to happen next to them. I feel like, and not in good conscience, going to help. There's nothing that I can do. The power rests with this body, and I think with the city of Los Angeles. We need to look into this stuff. These MSAs are toxic. And the people who are managing these businesses walk away, leaving them in many cases with much worse sales tax and excise tax liabilities than they had when they started. Because you cannot make money on 100% off. And again, this is not like one time, this is 2 or 3 times on these things. The second issue is your issue, illegal competition, lack of enforcement. I operate other businesses in the city of Culver City and the city of Pasadena. The city of Pasadena had 38 unlicensed dispensaries for a city of 140,000 people. It closed them all down within about 2 months prior to setting up its legal cannabis operation. There are illegal dispensaries just outside the city of Pasadena in unincorporated LA County, but the city of Pasadena has none. They have code enforcement. They have a detailed and well-documented policy of PD in code enforcement and city attorney's office working together. No one goes to jail. I'm not suggesting we incarcerate anybody, but businesses that do this are locked and padlocked, and the landlord is chased because the landlord is typically in on this as well. City of Culver City, the same thing. The city of Culver City doesn't have any illegal dispensaries because people who set them up understand that they will be shut down within 3 or 4 weeks. Code enforcement, PD, city attorney working together. This is not hard. I think this just lacks will. And it lacks money, which is, I think, tied to will. I think political will to do this is critical. Because if you think about LA, 4 million people, 4.5. You've got about 400 dispensaries, possibly legal ones. It's only one dispensary per 10,000 people. A working ratio for a dispensary right now is about 1 for 35,000 people, give or take. So we are over dispensary, number one. Number two, take that number I gave you, 400, and times it by 5. I think there's 2,000 dispensaries in the city of LA, the majority of which are illegal. We can't compete. So we're paying 10% sales tax to the city of LA, which is compounded by the excise tax and the state tax. So an effective load of about 39%. We had to go to Sacramento to get a bill passed so that the city of LA tax wasn't counted on top of the excise tax. That comes into effect on January 1 next year. The city of LA fought us on that. I'm not sure where you guys were, but the city of LA finance did not want us to do that. So we had to go to Sacramento to have that bill passed. That reduced our sales tax 2%. So we're still paying 37%. Let me know when I'm about a minute, if you could.
You're about a minute.
Okay, thank you. So we pay a lot of tax. As a business person, we have tax evasion rampant throughout the city. And we could fund the social equity program if we simply enforce the law. We could turn that tax money that we're giving, that we're losing, to 1,500 unlicensed dispensaries, to Black and brown entrepreneurs who want to make money in the city, but can't. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Dodd.
All right, back to this. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Any questions?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We are on to deliberations.
I agree with a lot of things that he said, and I'm hoping that the Cannabis Enforcement Task Force is going to do something about the illegal retail and combine the police, code enforcement, and the city attorney to streamline this to get it done. It's these illegal retail businesses is killing the legal ones. And I know it's not within our jurisdiction, but that's why I asked the question. Is the Cannabis Enforcement Task Force going to handle illegal dispensaries? It has to, otherwise all the legal ones will be gone. They can't survive.
All right, this is Commissioner Farmbee. I kind of see, or at least a hope or aspire to see like a transition in how the industry is going to move, specifically in terms of the role that we play in the department. We're currently right now issuing the annual licenses, right? That's kind of like the phase that we're in. Eventually, we're going to get to saturation at some point, right? Where we'll be at what I would consider like a critical mass. I think that at that point, in some kind of way, the shift will happen around from being the issuing of licenses to enforcement, right? Because you're going to have like pretty much like hopefully an abundance of licenses based on, all of the different criteria that we're issuing them here. And then the department maybe can, kind of deal with the enforcement, right? Because we won't be issuing licenses. It'll be around kind of regulating the industry. I'm not saying that that's the silver bullet, and I'm not saying that that's the win all be all, but the way I see this is kind of in that phase. I mean, how many times have we heard from folks who are doing the right thing that have come before us, just kind of dealing with the same struggle? I do think that it's a matter of timing. I do think it's a matter of focusing and resources. But I do also believe that at some point, as we kind of move through this process, that there's going to be more of a focus on enforcement versus issuing of license, because we're being saturated the industry here in Los Angeles.
This is President Mason. I thought I had a sense that City Attorney Wada was going to chime in and tell us we're discussing something that's not on the agenda.
Commissioner President Mason, you are clairvoyant. Yeah, I realize though that the topic was brought up by the speaker here on agenda item. I think we're on 19. So I think it's fair to do a brief response, but I think any protracted discussion about these efforts would probably be addressed by some of these staff reports that you've asked back at the beginning of the meeting. And so I would say that any further discussion into how the handling of this matter in the illicit market should probably be tabled to a meeting where that's agendized or in a report back. Thank you.
I don't think this Commissioner Lim, I just don't think it's an issue that can be put an agenda, put a report on, and put a bow tie on it. I think it's a matter that we have to recognize that there's a problem, and for us to say it's not within our jurisdiction, it's just a cop-out. That's my opinion.
Okay, point of clarification. Enforcement has never been outside of the jurisdiction of this commission. It has always been an issue. I can say for the period of time that I've been on the commission since August of 2019, it exists hand in hand with issuing licenses. It will continue to exist hand in hand with issuing licenses because this is an annual process. So there won't be a time where we can just focus. It's going to be marrying the two and looking at, we're going to multitask, basically. So I don't want anyone listening to what is being said now to walk away with the impression that the commission is hands off where enforcement is concerned, or that is not within our jurisdiction. That is not the case. There is work being done. There is a report pending. Unfortunately, there is a process that seems to be time consuming, but we're getting there, is the point. We're getting there. Any other deliberations on this item?
You've got it. Have a hand
Assistant Director Colleen.
Jason Clean, Assistant Executive Director. During Mr. Dodd's presentation, he raised concern that the staff report may not have reflected that the business did reach out to the neighborhood council and offer to appear. I know we constantly update our staff reports as we get new information, and the staff report that is linked to the online agenda does reflect that this business did in fact reach out to the neighborhood council and they met their obligation under the municipal code. So I just want to make sure that the commission understands that.
Thank you for that clarification. Bless you. Any other deliberations on this item? Okay. Then I will call for a motion.
This is Commissioner Melendez for item number, DCR item number 19. DCR Core Record number 100029 for the business located at 614 South Mateo Street. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated on their staff report dated October 14th, 2024.
This is Commissioner Lim, I second that.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Commissioner, I'm sorry, Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 20 is DCR Core Record number 100023. The applicant is San Fernando Valley Medical Supply Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 8016 to 8018 West 3rd Street. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card nor a raised hand.
Thank you. At this time, we will hear from staff.
Good evening. This is licensing analyst Gia Serrano. I will present item number 20 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record number 100023 is associated with San Fernando Valley Medical Supply Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 8016 through 8018 West 3rd Street in the Wilshire Community Plan area within Council District 5. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of June 27th to a state provisional license C10-0000312-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 26, 2025. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. On or about September 4th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on September 26, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written testimony for this applicant. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. The applicant did inform DCR that a representative would speak on behalf of this application today. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for staff? Ms. Treviso, do we have Ms. Salen on the line?
The number that I was provided with is not in the Zoom meeting. Oh, I'm sorry, there might be another number that just raised their hand, so I'll call on them. Caller with phone number ending in 0188. Please state your name and whether you represent the applicant. You have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Hi, it's Lisa Sealing. Can you guys hear me?
You have feedback.
Oh, sorry. You know what? Let me try it from my phone. I'm going to try it again. I'm going to call back in, okay? I'm going to call back in.
It appears she's back on the line. Caller with phone number ending in 0440. Please state your name and whether you represent the applicant.
I think I'm back on.
Yes.
Okay, great. I apologize for that. Anyways, hi everybody, and this is probably one of the most efficient meetings you guys have ever run, and all the people have been amazing, so I commend everybody there tonight. Apologize, I'm not there. Actually, I just had to deal with my husband who had some surgery this week, so I'm staying here. And I have dogs barking, so I do apologize for that. But I would like to talk to you about my client, San Fernando Valley Medical
I'm sorry, can you
Supply,
state your
one of
name
the
first?
original EMMDs. They have been in existence since 2007, and actually the original
Hi, are you
owners
there?
still.
Are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
You
Can you
didn't
hear me?
state your name and your relationship to the applicant.
This is Lisa Seelan. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, I apologize. Okay. Hi, everybody. Anyway, I just wanted to tell you that I'm very happy that tonight's meeting is going very efficiently and that there haven't been a lot of glitches. So thank you all, everybody, the commission, the DCR. This has been very lovely that it's been going very quickly. I know it was a rescheduled meeting. So I represent San Fernando Valley Medical Supply, which is one of the original EMMDs. They have been in existence since 2007. And the owners of the business today are the same owners that were in existence back in 2007. So they have been operating for 17 years in the city of Los Angeles. And they have been operating under every auspices of ordinances and compliance and everything they have to do. And they are very happy to be up for their annual license, and they hope that you guys do give them their license. But I do want to make one comment, and I do appreciate what Timothy Dodd said. Unfortunately, the majority of the existing licensed businesses in the city of Los Angeles are struggling to the point where they are really having difficulty making ends meet. And I think the DCR and the city council have to work together to figure out a way to make sure this industry can continue to exist, because many of them are struggling on a daily basis when they're competing with so many illegal operators. So I do appreciate everything the commission is doing, everything the DCR is doing, but I think together as an industry we have to do more to preserve what we've tried to create back in 2018 when legalization started. So again, I commend all of you for all of your hard work and all of your time, and I really appreciate every moment you put into this effort. So thank you so much.
Commissioners, thank you, Lisa, and extending my thoughts for a perfect recovery for your husband.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Commissioners, any questions for the applicant's representative?
This is Commissioner Lim. You talked about there's a lot of operators that are hurting. Are you aware of any operators that stopped doing business in city of Los Angeles because of the current competitive situation?
Yes, I actually have 3 clients that have shut their doors. And it is really because that most of them cannot meet the tax obligations when the cost to operate doesn't go down. When you think about, I have some clients that are paying $10 a square foot for a 1,200 or 2,000 square foot unit on like Ventura Boulevard or Melrose. This particular one is on Melrose Boulevard. And then they have employees, they have to have security, full-time security from operational times, costs all of them $30,000 a month pretty much if you do an average. And unfortunately, the tax rate is a little higher than Timothy said because it's actually closer to 37%. And then there are license fees to the state, license fees to the city, annual application fees to the city. All of these fees mount up when your business dollars are going down. And unfortunately, the legal operators are considered the low-hanging fruit. Everybody knows where they are. Everybody taxes them. Unfortunately, the illegal operators are not being taxed the way the legal operators are. And that's the biggest problem we're having right now in this industry. We are seeing a complete deprivation of a industry that was thriving and hoped to be thriving back in 2017, 2018, when everybody was hoping and praying to get legalized. And now that they are, many of them are having trouble meeting ends meet.
And this is Commissioner Lim, what would be your recommendation to solve this problem?
Well, one of the biggest things is to stop the over taxation from both the local level. They're paying 10%. The city grabs 10% of your revenues. But unfortunately, until January 1st, 2025, they've also been taxing your gross receipts taxes, which are 15%. So they are actually adding 11.5% for adult use taxes in this industry. And then on top of that, you're paying 9.5% sales tax, which is fine. And then you have the 15% excise tax that's now been passed down to the retailers. So if you add those all up, if you were to walk into a store, let's say you went into Macy's and you bought something for $100, you'd pay $109.50 in the city of Los Angeles. If you buy that same $100 product at a legal cannabis store and you are an adult user, you're paying $137 for the same item that you can buy down the street without paying sales tax, without paying, maybe some of them maybe aren't even paying payroll taxes. All of the clients and the legal businesses have to have workers' compensation insurance. They have to have payroll taxes paid. They have to do everything according to what you run a regular business. But the tax on cannabis today on a retailer is 37% in the city of Los Angeles. And it's just, if you can go down the street and go to an illegal operator and pay, less, that's where they're going. And that's what Timothy was trying to impress upon all of you. And I think the DCR needs to know about this. I think the city attorneys need to know about this. I think the city council needs to know about this. And I also think that the commission needs to know about this, because you're going to give annual licenses out to people, but eventually they're all going to start faltering. And that's the sad part, because these are really good operators. Many of them tonight were not social equity. They were EMMDs. They've been in operation since 2006, 2007, and they can't pay a lot of their bills, and that's a problem.
Thank you, Ms. Seelan.
Thank you. I didn't mean to rant. I think I just needed to, when I heard what he said, I thought to myself, thank you for bringing this to everybody's attention.
I do understand, and thank you. Commissioners, are there any other questions related to the application for this applicant's representative? Okay, hearing none, I will call for a motion.
This is Commissioner Melendez for item number 20 for DCR Core Record number 100023 for the business premises located at 8016-8018 West 3rd Street. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated on their staff report dated October 14th, 2024.
Commissioner Farmy, I second the motion.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 21, DCR Core Record number 100013. Applicant is Organic Century Pharmacy Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 12458 West Magnolia Boulevard. Ms. Trevizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card nor a raised hand.
Okay, thank you. Then at this time, we will hear from staff.
Good evening. This is licensing analyst Gia Serrano, and I will present item number 21 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record number 100013 is associated with Organic Century Pharmacy Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 12458 West Magnolia Boulevard in the North Hollywood Valley Village Community Plan area with Council District 2. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 1st, 2018. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC 104.06. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10-00297-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 25th, 2025. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. On or about September 4th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the Community Meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on September 26, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written testimony for this applicant. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it's appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. The applicant did inform DCR that a representative would speak on behalf of this application today. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you so much. Any questions for staff, commissioners? Okay, hearing none, we have the last one in the room. You may approach, state your name, your relationship to the applicant, and when you see the green light, you'll have 10 minutes.
Hi, Jim Townsend, President, Organic Century Pharmacy, DBA, Atrium Valley Village. We've been a proud member of the community since 2020 when we opened our doors. We established a relationship with all our neighbors up and down the block. We work with with the Harvest Moon Restaurant and with Joe Peeps Pizza, who are our neighbors, doing toy and food drives during the holiday seasons. We've had some summer events also with both places. It's nice having two restaurants on either side of you because it works. Anyway, no, we feel we run a compliant shop, and we have a great parking lot in the back that we share with both restaurants. The pizza place, it's mostly pickup, so we utilize a good portion of the parking lot, but it's great having a parking lot because we don't have to rely on people trying to park in the street somewhere and walking to our shop. We have plenty of parking. There's parking out front, and I don't want to take up a lot of your time because I know that people want to get home, watch a Dodger game.
5-3.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There you go.
Commissioners, any questions for the applicant?
Yeah. Commissioner Farmy, how you doing? Familiar with the area. Is your business on the same side as the post office?
Yes, 2 doors down.
Yeah. So with the two restaurants and you had mentioned around the parking situation, Magnolia's a pretty busy
Yes.
street. So, and when you talk about the parking, how much parking do you have in the back?
There's approximately 40 spots back there.
40?
Yeah, not including, now the post office has their own parking lot.
Right.
And then there's a wall along the whole back where cars can park. And then there's marked spots directly behind our business and Harvest Moon.
So folks, when they come in, sorry, this is Commissioner Farmy, when folks come in, they just park in the back and enter the back to your business. Is
Yeah,
that
no,
correct?
no, they have to go around
They
to
have
the
to go around
front.
to the
Yeah,
front.
they have to go around to the front.
Okay,
And
got it. Thank you.
This is Commissioner Melendez. Have you been in that location since 2018?
2020, yes, we've been there in 2018, but we opened in 2020.
2020.
Any other questions, commissioners?
Just Commissioner Lim, how is your business considering all the items that we discussed today?
Well, everything both people said, we feel more so, we have a shop over in Woodland Hills that's really been hit by some illegal shops in that area. Valley Collective Care, Atrium in Woodland Hills, that we've noticed several, and our people report when we see that type of activity. Obviously the taxation, yes. And one thing they didn't bring up was the fact that, and you have no control over this, but on the federal level with the IRS, with the 280E, which whacks all our deductions. So we end up with these enormous IRS bills at the end of the year also. So
What's IRS bill for?
tax, you can't, 280E is a tax law on the federal level. So we cannot submit any write-offs. You don't get to write off anything.
Right.
So obviously, your taxation is higher than if you were allowed to write offs. But that's, I know you have nothing to do with that, but that was one added thing when you talk about the taxation, even up at the very top.
And that's fairly based on the type of business on the federal level, right?
Correct.
That's
Yeah. They do it to all the cannabis
Yeah.
business in all the different states.
Got it.
This commissioner is just kind of a hidden tax.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is Commissioner Lim, I was more thinking about the illegal cannabis business, less on the taxes.
I'd say that's a 50-50 because, like our Valley Village shop, Organic Century Pharmacy, doesn't seem to be that many illegal shops in proximity, compared to Woodland Hills. We also have one in Canoga Park. Now there's a lot over there around DC Collective. And but yes, that is a problem.
Any other questions, commissioners? All right. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
this evening.
Thank you very much.
We are on to deliberations, if any. Okay. Hearing none, I'll call for a motion.
This is Commissioner Melendez. For DCR item number 21. For DCR Core Record number 100013. For the business located at 12458 West Magnolia Boulevard. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated on their staff report dated October 14, 2024.
Commissioner Farmy, a second.
Thank you. Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you so much. The time is 6:56 and this meeting is now adjourned.